Special joint meeting, Medford City Council and Community Development Board, June 24th, 2026 is called to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll for the City Council.
Councilor Kelly. Councilor Lemming.
Present.
Councilor Mullane.
Present.
Councilor Scarpelli. Present. Councilor Singh is absent at the moment. Vice President Lazaro
Present.
and President Pierce.
Present, 6 present, 1 absent. The meeting is called to order for the City Council. Chair Carr.
Thank you, President Bears. I'll call the roll call for the Community Development Board. John Anderson is absent. Sean Began. Paige Baldini. Dina Colagero. Ari Goffman-Fishman. Absent at the moment, and Doug Carr present. So we have four present, 2 absent at the moment. We're expecting RA remotely.
Thank you, Chair Carr. Meeting is called to order. Hearings, 26093, public hearing, proposed amendments to the Medford zoning ordinance, Boston Avenue Neighborhood Corridor District. So this is our, I think, third full public hearing, I think 5th meeting where it's at least been discussed in both of our bodies respectively for the proposed amendments to the Boston Avenue Neighborhood Corridor District. This would create a new district here in our city with 3 sub-districts along Boston Ave, and is a mixed-use corridor designed to bring more vibrancy, mixed uses to the Boston Avenue neighborhood in the hillside. So what we're going to do tonight, I know the Community Development Board met last night and discussed some further changes to the proposed zoning amendment. The order of tonight is we will hear a presentation from Director Hunt from the PDS department about what was discussed last night in the Community Development Board meeting. Then we will go to a presentation from Innes Associates, which will focus on the heights and boundary proposals for the 3 sub-districts. Much of what was discussed last night, to my understanding, is the definition of purpose-built student housing, so that's what the first presentation will be. Then we will ask clarifying questions, members of the boards, but we won't get into the deliberation quite yet. But if you have questions about the presentations, those are welcome. If it's, here's my opinion about the options, we're not going to go there yet. Chair Carr and I talked about that, but he can talk about it as well. Then we will go to public comment so that members of the public will have seen the presentations. We will have asked our clarifying questions. Members of the public will be able to comment on the presentation and the proposal. And then after that, we will then have deliberation and discussion about essentially those remaining questions and decide where we want to go from here in terms of the public hearing. Does it close or continue? And what are the next steps for this proposal? Chair Carr, if there's anything you'd like to add.
No, I think you covered it very well. I think we should dive into the presentations as quickly as possible so we can get this process moving.
Great. I will then recognize PDS Director Alicia Hunt, who will share the update from last night's meeting, and then we will go to Emily Innes after that. And I do see Councilor Scarpelli, your mic's request is on? Oh, okay, great. All right. Floor is yours, Director Hunt.
Good evening, all. Thank you very much. May I just ask permission to share screen? I think I'm going to need to do that. So the board had a 4-hour meeting last night and went through a lot of details in the zoning, and we've provided a redlined there was a version in the packet, V5, and we provided a redlined copy to President Bears last night for this. I think that I'm going to start by sharing the redline copy, but I think that in the end it'll be easier. So there's 2 main things. So actually, I'm a little turned around. The board set aside heights, setbacks, dimensions overall to wait until hear the presentation that you are all going to hear tonight. So that is not part of what we discussed last night. The other things that we talked about was predominantly the purpose-built student housing. But I'm going to start actually there was one other, as I opened up my document and remembered the beginning of our meeting last night, there was one other thing that was a change that I think is worth flagging. There had been discussion of the amount of allowed required parking. And so the board was recommending that along Boston Ave in these new zones, that the required parking is 1 spot per dwelling unit in all the zones for all the housing types that are allowed in the zones. So I just wanted to, that's one recommendation. There were a couple in the use table of just changing whether things were CDB or no. Most of this was based on recommendations that was received previously. I'm going to skip over the dimensions. And the next really significant thing was that we really talked about these purpose-built student housing. And since no members of the, here, I'm going to make this easier, sorry. No members of the public have really seen, sorry, I'm trying to do a find. All right, I don't know why it's not letting me find in my file. Purpose-built. Has seen the definition. So what I'd actually like to do is, what I'm sharing is the red line version, but I think that I should start actually by sharing a clean copy so that people aren't focused on the changes that the board made to what Innes Associates wrote, but rather that we are looking at the, we're looking at the text as it's intended to be read by a member, by somebody reading the zoning. Sorry, so I'm just gonna share. I believe this is the right version of it. Okay, so the language is that a definition, a building not owned or operated by a college or university that contains bedrooms primarily for students. Student residents must be enrolled in an accredited post-secondary educational institution. Bedrooms may be arranged around a common area with a kitchen, which is shared by individuals renting the bedrooms, or along a hall which provides access to a common kitchen space. Other shared or common facilities include sanitary, bathing, recreation, laundry, mail package rooms, storage, trash and recycling, bicycle storage, and vehicular parking. Bedrooms shall be rented on an annual basis or for an academic semester or a summer term. Accessory uses may include fitness facilities, pools, parking areas, and similar facilities. A lodging or boarding house is not a private dormitory, nor is a rental of single-family homes to students. Now, the way that this is this would actually be regulated by use standards. And so now I'm going to go down to, in the document, the use standards, purpose built. Oh, sorry. So these are the standards for it. In addition to meeting all other standards of this article, the requirements of this section shall comply with the following standards. So it would be within a mile of this college or university, and I'll just state that all of the Boston Ave area that we have been looking at is within a mile. At this time, the use table is only yes, or it's CDB, so special permit CDB in the BA3, and it's currently no in the other zones. But we wrote this just in a way that if somebody tried to use it in another zone, we felt this would cover those uses as well, but we were not recommending it in the BA1 or 2 areas. So we start with a minimum number of beds, no fewer than 150 beds, and no more than 2 beds per bedroom. And the intention here is that it needs to be large enough to really support a professional management company, and we didn't want somebody who was trying to make a quick buck, just cram a lot of students into a building and say, look, I've got an on-site manager, and it not be really well done. And no more than 2 beds per bedroom. We all reminisced about experiences with colleges trying to cram 3, 4, and 5 students to a bedroom, and we didn't want people making a profit on that. that the building would have on-site professional management, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including holidays, and that a management team shall include a property manager, an assistant manager, resident assistants, maintenance staff, and security in numbers sufficient to staff the property. The annual certificate of occupancy. So most buildings only need a certificate of occupancy upon coming online. This would need it annually reviewed. And the application shall include a sworn statement by the owner or authorized manager that the percentage of students enrolled in a university in Medford or Somerville to other residents, where other residents shall not be more than 20%. It shall, so, and I did want to clarify that. We could say that it had to be 100% students, but what we wanted to avoid was the idea that somebody was taking a semester off, or they were having trouble paying their bills and they weren't actually enrolled until the last possible minute. And you may know that universities will kick kids out of the dorms for that. You withdraw partway through the semester, you get kicked out. We wanted to allow that those sorts of situations could occur and could stay. The other piece was conceptually that these have to be students enrolled in a university in Medford or Somerville. But what if you had a good friend enrolled in Northeastern and you wanted to live with them and share an apartment? This would actually be allowed, but only on a small numbers. This would not be a flood of Boston students living in Medford, but it would allow for some exceptions. And then we talked about the fact that there are staff, particularly things like postdocs, who might actually want to stay on in the dorm where they lived when they were a graduate student. So this doesn't say an undergraduate student, you could be a graduate student. And so you might, as a postdoc or a newly graduated student, stay on for a while in the building, but only up to 20%. And that's a negotiable number, but it seemed like a rational number. And we looked at that and we said, well, if it was a 200-person dorm, 200 people, that would be 40 people in the dorm could be not currently enrolled in Medford or Somerville University. And then the statement would also then go on to talk about the conformity with the operations and management plans, names and telephone numbers of the manager, assistant manager, a 24/7 contact. Last night we discussed annual fees for the certificate of occupancy. And I think actually upon consideration, Danielle and I were discussing, we should say that there will be an annual fee to be set by the Community Development Board. We think these numbers are reasonable, but we don't like putting fixed numbers in the zoning, so that if it seems that this isn't really covering our costs for review, or we could change them without actually having to change the zoning. And then an operations and management plan has to be presented. And so it says before the hearing with the CDB. That's because this is only through site plan, or through CDB special permit this would be allowed. And that plan would include, I could read it through, but locations of entrances and exits, security plan, hours of operations for the staff, including non-residential uses. Any non-housing uses on the site would be listed, noise control plan, location of parking and loading for residents, visitors, delivery, moving centers, a waste disposal plan, a description of the duties and responsibilities of the staff member by title, and a copy of the resident conduct policy and a sample lease agreement. So all of that would be given to the city before this building gets approved. And then we said there needs to be a thought about how this could be converted to regular multifamily housing in the event that it's not working and they feel they need to sell it, et cetera. And so they can't have a gradual transition. It has to be a decision that they make, and they have to apply to convert to non-student housing. And if they change the title, that would be part of it. A change in more than 20% of the ownership entity could happen, or if the lease was assigned to another entity. There would be a hearing at the CDB where there would be material compliance with the approved operation and management plan, and these are the reasons why it might convert, or that the property no longer meets the definition of purpose-built student housing. If those things happened, the property would then be subject to all the applicable provisions of the Medford zoning ordinance. I thought it said including inclusionary housing. but I think we just said all the applicable provisions, which all of them include inclusionary housing. So at that time, they would need to, if you converted this to be a regular apartment building, you'd have to meet our inclusionary housing standards and affordable housing at that time. I'll just stop there. That's basically our presentation from last night. The one other thing that we discussed in detail, well, honestly, it was after 4 hours, so it was not in that much detail, was the problem with the development incentive bonuses around affordability. And we have discovered that at low numbers, when there are lower numbers of units, these numbers, people can play the game with this. There are loopholes, and we're not okay with those loopholes, and we need to figure that out, and we have not had the opportunity to fix the math on this. So what we did is identify that that is a problem. And Danielle, those were the highlights from last night, correct? There were a couple. Yeah, there were a couple of things on the use table where we recommended CDB or basically whatever had been previously approved by this group, we didn't even discuss. We just said that was approved and decided. And then there were some recommendations from the public on the use table. And I would have to flip to the redlined version if people wanted to see that. But there were a couple of recommendations that people seemed to be pretty comfortable with.
Great. Well, let's pause there for clarifying questions on this first half of the presentation, then we'll move to the second half of presentation with Emily and Paula. Do we have any clarifying questions from members of the council on what was discussed last night? Councillor Scarpelli.
Thank you, and thank you for the board for putting together such detailed information. I think it's very important. I think that the questions that we hear over and over again, that I would assume it doesn't need to be in, but just to be mentioned, that the whole sorority fraternity process isn't part of this process, and Tufts University at this time doesn't have any fraternities or sororities, from what I've been told. I think that this is making sure that that is expressed and the community understands that process as we move forward. And I know that talking to a few directors at different colleges, they mentioned that having some sort of process where any student that's brought into these housing opportunities, that they are to follow the guidelines of their specific university. So there's another layer of protection and another layer of policing per se that that were made. There's an order. There's an opportunity for maintenance of order and oversight. So I don't know if that's possible, but I thought that that was something that I wanted to share. That as you move on to this process, I think the residents wanted to know, how do we protect their interests when it comes to a development like this. So whatever that's worth, to share the input that I've received from different members of academia that likes the idea, but making sure that even though there's a management team in place, but also having a tie-in to the actual accredited university they belong to, that they also need to follow their accredited rules and bylaws. So if that's possible, that'd be great. If not, we understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scarpelli. Director Hunt, if you could talk a little bit more about just the difference between the dormitory, sorority, fraternity, and this, and also maybe a little bit about, I know there were several conditions in the conditions of use. How would something like what Councillor Scarpelli was asking about fit into that, if possible?
All right, I think I can follow this. So one other recommendation that we had is that, I don't know if people have noticed, but throughout all of our zoning, dormitory, fraternity, and sorority house have all been lumped in one line together. And we actually don't think that's appropriate. We actually would like to see those split out. By we, I should say the board. I am not a decision maker on the board. I'm just speaking for them. So we think dormitory should be a line, and whether that should have a no or a special permit CDB in each of these zones, I think is is open for discussion, is basically what the board said. They thought that maybe it could be CDB special permit in BA1 and no in the others, but they were not wed to that. That was sort of where you kind of landed out. And they felt that given the public feedback, the discussion, it was better if fraternity and sorority just said no across the board. And we actually went and looked at Tufts' webpage on fraternities and sororities, and it actually says that they would be located in Somerville. It never mentions Medford for them. To get a little bit at what you're saying, typically if there's a building that is a fraternity or sorority house, it is either owned by a university or by a national organization at this point. At this point, I can't imagine that any group of students could purchase a building in Medford. They just can't afford it. But I would recommend that our definition of fraternity and sorority across the board be altered to say recognized by a university. So what does happen, and you will see long-time buildings owned by the national organization of the fraternity and not by the university, but if the university stops recognizing the organization, then that's a signal to the city that we don't want them in that building anymore either. So if we say in our zoning, you must be recognized by the university, then that puts that layer of university oversight in place. At this time, they're not allowed anywhere in our zoning, I believe. I'd have to triple check that, but we're not recommending to allow it, so we don't think it really needs to be addressed at this time, but rather to go on the list of definitions that should be modernized. Does that get at your questions?
Again, I think that the more oversight, the more layers for protection of the residents, the better. I like that that it has to be a special permit and tying it in, you know, I don't mind taking it out completely, separating it and saying we just don't allow fraternities, sororities in Medford. If you want to Somerville, go to Somerville, it's fine. So I'm fine with that. So.
I will say in all transparency, in my past, I have been the facility core president for a sorority located at MIT, so I have actual direct experience with this. So I think that it can absolutely be managed, but I don't think it's necessary to go there at this time.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other clarifying questions by members of the council? Seeing none in person or on Zoom, we'll go to Chair Carr for questions, clarifying questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Bears. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what Councilor Scarpelli had just said about oversight. So the way we tried to craft this regulation in regards to the purpose-built student housing specifically was to put in a tremendous amount of oversight. And the certificate of occupancy in this case, whereas Director Hunt said typically you just get one certificate of occupancy when your building's ready to open. In this case, your certificate of occupancy actually has to be renewed every year. You have to make certain representations to the city, so now you're on record that your building's in compliance. And there's a procedure in the regulation such that if we find that you're out of compliance, you can be brought back before the CDB and potentially lose your certificate of occupancy, similar to losing, say, a liquor license. So we did try to be very mindful of that because this is a new use, and we want to be everyone to kind of be rest assured that there's going to be proper management, which comes from the size of the building. It has to be big enough that they can afford to have proper management and staff. And the regulations kind of hopefully keep them honest and require quite a bit of information from them, more so than if someone was building an apartment building. You know, there's management plans and things that are required here that wouldn't be required for someone just building an apartment building. So I think we tried to be thoughtful in this and do a thorough job. And as Director Hunt was going through it, I thought it actually read pretty well on the screen, better than I remembered it. Yeah.
Thank you, Sean. Anyone else on the CD board have any questions for Director Hunt? I mean, we were all there last night for 4 hours, so I think we know what's in there. Oh, Dina? Go ahead, Dina.
I just wanted to, I was just thinking about this when I was reading it on the screen. We should, I don't know if it goes in the regulations or the standards, but I know from my job, I handle licensing. It's like my real job. And one of the things we do is there's always a period of renewal to allow for the certificate of occupancy to be renewed and make sure the payment is in place, because we don't want a delayed payment. We don't want to run into problems if there are issues regarding the renewal of the occupancy agreement. So that's one of the things that will need to be addressed. The other thing I'm going to take up on Councilor Scarpelli is that there also maybe be some type of memorandum, or we need some legal help here, but with the universities to comply with the code of conduct as well. I totally agree with that. That makes good sense, and it provides another guardrail to ensure that it is a very well-managed facility. Those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Ari, do you have any questions online?
I do not. Thank you.
Very good. You're all set. Okay, Director Hunt, I think we're all set from the CD board.
Great. All right. Well, let's move into the next piece of presentation. We'll hear from our Innis Associates or Innis Land Strategies Group. I'll get there eventually. Team about the heights, boundaries, and those kind of scenarios that they have drawn up. And then we will have further clarifying questions, not necessarily deliberation, or please not deliberation. And then we'll go to the public for comment on these 2 presentations. So Emily and Paula, the floor is yours. And the mic is yours, and we do have the air on in here, so if we could just try to get the mic as close to our as possible. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Emily Keys Innis of Innis Land Strategies Group. I'm here with my colleague Paula Ramos Martinez, who is our Chief Resilience Officer, and I am just setting this up so we can actually see the entire presentation. And it doesn't want to do it properly. Okay, hang on. There we go.
There's a big box. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're good now.
Yeah. I'm just going to move it through so we have a full screen, so excuse that. So one thing I did want to call out for anybody who is at home and wants to zoom in, we do have the interactive map up. Here is the link, and there's a QR code, so I'll just hold there for 2 seconds to give everybody a chance to pull that up. And then I'm going to just very quickly remind everybody that we had the boundary changes, so if we need to get back, we do have the map showing all of those. But what you want to hear about is the heights. So at the end of the last meeting, we had developed roughly 3 scenarios for each of BA1, BA2, BA3. I'm going to take them through thumbnails so you can see them side by side, and then individually we actually added a 4th scenario for clarification purposes after the working group meeting. And I also have the shadow studies for each of those. They move very quickly, so what I'm going to do when we get there is I'm going to show the whole thing, and then I will go through and do my best to pause at the right places. So that's an overview starting with BA1, and I don't know why it is doing that. Starting with BA1, we have option A, which is 3 stories base with 1 incentive. Option B, 4 stories base with 1 incentive. Option C is 3+1 with 4+1 on the corners. I'm going to give all sorts of caveats for BA1 because what we tried to do is pick parcels that, in theory, could be assembled that had the right depth to show a mixed-use building. A mixed-use building is typically for a double-loaded corridor, which means a central corridor with units on either side, has a minimum depth of 60 feet. So we had to pick lots that might accommodate 60 feet. And we are making all sorts of assumptions about how parking might or might not be accommodated on site. So that is to say, what you see here is a test merely to show what the height differentials could look like and not something that could necessarily be built as shown under most conditions. So with that caveat, the 3+1 stories, so Boston Avenue coming down here from the upper left to the lower right will be similar for all three of these. Winthrop Street coming from sort of lower center up to the upper right. Hillside Hardware location is here. Apologies to anybody who owns these properties, but again, just remember that this is a test. So with this, what you'll see is the ground floor is in this reddish pink. That is an assumption that it is commercial, just for anybody who hasn't seen these before. The yellow, darker yellow on top take us to the base height of 3 stories, and then the paler color in all of these is going to be the incentive. So in this scenario, it is a +1 incentive. For option B, you see the 4 stories +1 incentive. That 1 incentive is now at 5 stories, so you get the step back for the 5th story again, and that step back is from a principal street, so you see it in the front along Boston Avenue, and then on Winthrop, where you have a second frontage for some of these buildings, you then see it stepping back on the side as well. And then finally, for option C, this option was to keep the 4+1, so the 4 base stories and the 1 incentive story on the corner, and then the 3 stories on areas that are not, so the 3+1 on areas that are not on corners. So with that, this is the first of the shadow studies, and we're showing them on 2 dates, February 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and then the second one, and I'll come back to it in a second, will be to show it from in June. So this is the first one, and you're going to see it zip right on through, and then I will come back and pause excuse me, at certain times so you get a better sense of what that looks like. But right now it's just on that loop. See the shadows coming in, and then now I'm going to stop it so that you can see this one is roughly at 12 p.m. It's 11:53 on February 21st. I'm going to move it forward so that we can see it at 1 o'clock and stop there. Move it forward so we can see it at 2 o'clock and stop there. And so you can see the shadows starting to creep over the rail line area, and then stop it if I can, because it flips off before you think, but stop it roughly at 3 o'clock so you can see them stopping there. And so in this case, for most of the buildings that we're looking at, both the existing, which are in white, or our tests, which are in the yellow and red, most of them are along the rail line. I think this one, last building here, where there's a little bit of an angle to it, it's starting to creep into these smaller buildings on the other side of the rail line. So I'm going to stop that one and escape out of it. And then this one, let me just escape out of that too, because I already said this is the same 3+1, June 21st, showing it from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., obviously with the summer hours. And of course, this would be this, the nice thing about it is this is this week. So you get a sense of what that would be like. It was just a couple of days ago. Again, let it roll through quickly, and then I will stop it at the right points. And we can just see where it is. And so you see a little bit longer shadows as we hit to the evening. So let me stop this at 12 o'clock. Pause that there if it wants to pause. So you see at noon, really not that much shadow. And then let's pause it at 2. I said pause it at 2. So that's 3 now. And then we're going to go to 4, roughly. 5, just after 5. and then just after 6. So you can see in the summer, the shadow profile is very different. The shadows are actually creeping along the rail line and don't have the same angle that a winter shadow would have. So what we did is we did this for the shortest and the tallest height, so we didn't have 30 different scenarios. So let me show you with the 4+1 option. Again, this is February. See it all the way through. And then I'm going to stop it here at just about 12 o'clock. Again, high noon, you don't get very much shadow. And as we already discussed, you don't get a lot of shadow in the morning on the Boston Avenue side because of the sun angle. This is at 1 o'clock in February. This is at 2 o'clock in February, and then right before it clicks off there. So 12, 1:30, 2:30, and then right before it clicks off, sorry, doing it on Zoom is not very helpful. Here's the 3 o'clock. So you see those, again, just starting, even with the 4+1, just starting to hit those smaller buildings on the other side of the rail. And then let me show you the summer shadows, again, this week of this year. And you can see them creeping across, and then I'm going to pause it here. That is 12:10 in the afternoon. Is this winter still? Sorry. Yes, you're right. Okay, June. Now we see the summer one going through. I'll let it play through, and then I will, and this is again the same 8 to 6 rather. And then this is roughly 12 o'clock, a little after 12. Sorry, Zoom keeps putting the controls right where I need them. Not very helpful of it. All right. There we go. Much better. June play. Yeah, sorry. Hang on. I don't know why it's doing that either. All right, well, we'll go on to the next scenario, and we'll come back when it's not conflicting with the two controls. Okay, BA2. So this is the one that we have 4 options in because of the different options on the different side of the streets. So option A is 4+2 between Boston Avenue and the rail line, and 3+1 on the other side, Winchester, and the 2 properties that belong to St. Clements. Option B is 4+2, same place, and then 4+1 on the other side of the rail, and 4+1 on the St. Clements. Option C is 4+3 in the middle, and 3+1 on either side. And option D is 4+3, and then 4+1 on either side. And I'm going to show it to you larger as well, so you can see it individually. So 4+2 here in the middle, same color scheme for both of those. You can see the 3+1 on this side, 3+1 on this side, 4+2, and therefore the step backs there. This is option B, so 4+2 in the middle, but 4+1 on either side. And these shadows, just so you can see, I forgot to mention it earlier, all of the shadows you see in these studies are 6, so June 21st at 2 p.m., just so you know what that looks like. Option C is 4+3 and 3+1, so 4+3 in the center here, and then 3+1 on either side. And option 4 is 4+3, and then 4+1. And again, just note that adding that 4+1, that +1, the 5th story, means that there is a step back. You just see Winchester Street here, Boston Avenue here, and Bristol Road here for people looking at that. All right, videos. See it play all the way through. So this is the February shadows in our lowest level. And I'll just let it go through twice here rather than trying to pause, so you can see the loop. And you can see in the longer winter shadows, they do make it across the Oh, I know what's going on. Okay. I figured out what the problem is, guys. The escape button that allows me to get out of the controls for the video is also the escape button that causes the controls to interact for for Zoom. That's why we're seeing that. So this again is February, and then this is June. You stop sharing. Did it stop sharing? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm bringing it back up. I will be happy to share that. Thank you for letting me know which stop sharing. And then I will go back up here. Okay. I'm just going to leave that alone. Okay. February and February. And for those of you who see the black boxes on the top of the screen, the escape key is controlling both of those, so I can't do anything about that. My apologies. Zoom and PowerPoint don't like each other. So this is February again, just so you can see it go through. And then June. So you can see the shadows moving across. Again, this is at a different angle. BA2 is a different angle relative to the sun than BA1 is, so you see a different shadow profile here. I'll let that loop again a second time. And then we'll move on to the next version. And then this is the February for the tallest height, so the 4+3 and the 4+1. Same time frame. And then I'll move to June and let it loop through twice. And I'm happy to go back after we've seen each of these and look at them again and pause them, just in the interests of tallest height and then tallest height for June. Okay. All right. Is this the June one? Did we not get the June one? Okay. Let's move on to the next one. We'll just fix that one. I'll come back to it. And then BA3 final, so the three options, 5+2, 6+1, and 6+2. Paola's going to find the June for the last scenario for BA2, and then we'll put it up. So 5+2, same thing. So we've added the walking court development. Just to clarify, we did this as an unofficial schematic model based on the plans, just to show you roughly where these buildings would be. This is not a construction diagram, but it at least gives you a sense of what this looks like compared to the to what we're doing as our test scenario, again in BA3, same caveats for the others. June 21st at 2 p.m. for the shadows that you see here. Option B is the 6 stories plus the single incentive. Note we kept the height 5 stories along North Street here, and then 6 stories plus 2 incentive along Boston Avenue. We kept the 5 stories at North Street. We think that might be an interesting thing for you all to discuss, and then the 2 incentive behind it, and then no change to the walking court. This is February 21st for the scenario, for the smaller one. And again, I'll let it loop through twice. We can come back and pause if we need it. And also, again, this area, BA3, is a slightly different angle to the sun from BA1 and 2. And then this is the June one. So you can see the shadows moving across at a slightly different angle because the sun, of course, is at a different angle for the summer. This is option A for February, option B. Oh, we did shortest height to shortest height, that's why. Option B. All right, taller height for February, for June rather. Again, and obviously the June is a longer video because it's a longer period of time. And then tallest height for February, which I don't think I showed. So this is February, and again, we're ending about 3 o'clock in the afternoon for February. Right, and that is what we had for the different scenarios. I am happy to go back and show any of the ones that you want to see. And I should say, for the record, we had submitted one yesterday with just the thumbnails and not the larger ones. We will be giving this to the planning staff to post on the website afterwards so people can look at the shadows.
Great, thank you guys.
Yep, and let me stop sharing.
Right. Do we have any clarifying questions from members of the city council, or do you want to take a look at one of the scenarios again? Liz? Councillor Mullane, then Councillor Scarpelli.
Could we do the BA3 scenario again? Do you mind just doing the last one again, the scenario, the shadow studies one more time on the last section? Yes, please. Thank you. Sorry.
Shared my screen. I was navigating there first to, yes, exactly. Okay. Get rid of those controls. All right, so this is BA3. This is the tallest height, option C, February 21st. Yeah. All right, I'm going to see if I can time it, so I pause very close to, look at that. So that is the ending time. That is roughly 3:07 p.m. on February 21st. And then let me go to, this is the June. And again, I'm going to let it go through once, and then I'm going to try and pause it at the end. And let's see. All right, and that is, sorry, here we go, June. There's something about this. All right, so this is June, and it's about 5:51 p.m. Just hold it there so people can see it. Okay. And I can do it again if you want to see it. Let's stop it here. All right, I'm just going to leave it back up again, just June, and then let me know if you want to see February again. Yeah, it's tallest. This is the tallest. Paula is reminding me that this is the tallest version. Do you want to see the shorter? Okay. Wait, hang on. This is the tallest.
Yeah.
This is the tallest. Sorry. Were we? Okay.
This is short.
This is the shorter. So this is February, about 3 o'clock. And then,
Yeah, I think we were showing this one.
you sure? I don't think we were, because the tallest is first on this one. Okay, and this is June at about 5:51 for the shorter one. Yeah. Yes, so Director Hunt made a good point in our conversation here. The original zoning had suggested putting the step back at the 6th floor and above, and we had proposed, I'm not sure it made it into the changes, we'd proposed the step back at 5 stories and above. So that's one of the reasons you're seeing it there. And then the other thing is, and I also think that we did not have this in the zoning, we had recommended that North Street be limited to 5 stories. So rather than this, so that might be some of the confusion that's going on there. Yep. Okay. Yep. Any other scenarios people would like to receive?
Not the scenario, but just for clarification of people that are watching, the understanding that February and June would be the most impacted months, or is that, just to inform everybody that?
Oh, yes, Counselor, absolutely. Why we chose February and June, those were the dates for the daylight standards.
Right.
In the, so what we wanted to do is, given that the, once the daylight standards were passed, the February 21st and June 21st were within those standards.
Okay.
We wanted to make sure we also showed what it looked like during those same dates, so there would be consistency.
Okay,
So thank you for asking
Thank you for the
that.
clarification. That's good. And it's good to hear the 5 stories, that
Yes.
setback is impressive. Thank you. That was.
All right, do we have any further clarifying questions from members of the council? See none, I'll turn over to Chair Carr for clarifying questions, and then we'll go to public comment.
Okay, would anyone on the city board like to make a clarifying question to Emily based on the presentation we just saw? Don't see anything. Are we online? Do you have any comments or questions? Clarifying questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. I just have one minor one. I think it's worth mentioning that not every existing building that could be rezoned was shown as new building, right? We just chose a portion of it. I think it's worth just explaining the logic that there's actually, it could be more, but you chose, just to be an example, that you chose certain areas of all 3 zones that you went for. Just if you could just elaborate on that for the folks on who are listening.
Yes, absolutely, I'd be happy to. So we did sort of a quick susceptibility to change analysis, and what that means is under the zoning, it's a combination of what we think might be more possible to change, but also, as I mentioned with the caveats earlier, those that had the right dimensional standards to modify a mixed-use building or model a mixed-use building. So a couple of things that go into that. One is the way the zoning is set up, it's achieving a couple of goals. One is just simply reducing the number of nonconformities. One is allowing a wider variety of uses. Both of those don't require any new development. But then the third thing is whether or not there would be new development. Now, these are mixed-use districts, but within those mixed-use districts, that could allow a residential building, a commercial building, or a mixed-use building. But the mixed-use building has certain characteristics that make it useful for a fit study, a site model like this, and that is the higher ground floor, the requirement to have a certain width of the building that wouldn't be necessarily required for, say, a straight commercial building. So they make it useful for fit studies. So if we're going to do a fit study, we need to, for a mixed-use building, we need to understand which parcels could accommodate a mixed-use building. So I was talking about choosing those that have the right depth. So in each case, we looked, or in each of these areas, we wanted to see where there might be a parcel assembly that would be useful for a fit study. And by parcel assembly, I mean we're taking several parcels in order to fit this model on there. Where there might be a vacant lot or an existing use. For example, we looked at a lot of the one-story buildings and said, okay, if you're going to allow more than one story, it's probably going to be a one story that could possibly be useful for modeling. So it was a combination of what's on the ground now, whether or not that parcel depth or width could work, and then could we just look at what happens if you add a couple of parcels together to allow for that sort of development. A couple of the other things that we considered was ownership levels, whether or not, for example, a building had already been recently built. So for example, BA2, there's some fairly recent residential buildings on industrial parcels. That's not likely to change, but the other industrial parcels in that area that hadn't been built upon, maybe they could. So, and then some of it, for example, the 2 St. Clements properties, what we did was we modeled the existing footprint and just increase, so basically the building that is there now, the 2 buildings that are there now, and just added stories on top of them to see what that would look like. So in no case are we suggesting that any of these parcels would be developed the way they're shown here. It's merely for illustrative purposes to understand what the height could look like and what the shadow study could look like.
Thank you, that's very helpful. I guess the only other question I had was the historic buildings around St. Clements, the two schools. If, whether it's any of the 3 versions of the BA2 that you modeled, if they're all significantly more than those buildings, is there any incentive to save those buildings? Because some of them go up to, I think, 7 stories, right? So they're quite a lot of potential new real estate. How would there be any incentive to save that building if you could build so much by just getting rid of it? Because we did this in Medford Square, where we try to incentivize by limiting the height and then saying you can build more, because we started with a lower number, I think. I guess I'm not seeing the same approach here, or maybe I'm not reading it correctly.
I think for the 2 St. Clements buildings that we modeled, we had not had those in our original boundary, so we modeled them according to your suggestion to add them and to see what they would look like at those different heights. I think we kept the same incentives for historic buildings in this zoning as we did for Medford Square. The same ability to do the historic conversion as we did for Medford Square, but the reason we modeled them was essentially at your request. So we are not making a prediction one way or the other as to how they might develop. I will say that they are existing 3-story buildings. The likelihood, you would know better than I as an architect how those buildings could add stories on top of them, the type of structural reinforcement that might be necessary. I'm making an assumption that they weren't built to be able to support additional stories. So that might be one thing to consider, but those were not originally within the boundaries.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
All set on this.
Great. If there's no further clarifying questions, and I'm seeing none, we will go to open the public hearing. So for the public hearing, we will take folks here in person at the podium or on Zoom. We'll alternate between in person and on Zoom. You will have 3 minutes. You can share your name and your city or neighborhood for the record before you speak, and we will go from there. So if you would like to comment on the proposals as well as the presentation and kind of the decisions that we are going to be looking at tonight, please come to line up behind the microphone here in the chambers or raise your hands on Zoom. All right, we'll start at the podium. If you could provide your name and your city or neighborhood. And you're gonna have a little more than 3 minutes because I gotta get the timer going, so take the extra time.
Thank you very much. My name is Nick Gerleo. I live in West Medford, 40 Robinson Road. I generally support spending more time with getting the use table right on this zoning. Generally, I would say I support discretionary permit requirements for uses that would be more controversial to the community. So for example, larger housing projects. I look at the multiple dwelling use, for example. Under the current draft, it allows for 6 or more unit structures as of right in all 3 sub-districts. I think that should require a special permit. Another good example of this would be the neighborhood medical office. I know you all voted on that at the last meeting, but I'd recommend a special permit in all 3 sub-districts for that one as well, just given the issues with the vagueness of the definition. And I think one thing to keep in mind is when you're allowing a use as of right, you're taking away community discretion. You're saying developer can go to the building department, get their permit, and be on their way with their project. The community discretion aspect of this allows for residents to have a say in what their neighborhood look like. And I think generally that's what we should be thinking about when we're looking at zoning. I'd also say with the use table, there's some unreasonable restrictions that I see. I'm looking at the motor vehicle uses, for example. Why are they all not allowed? I know people have said this before me, but yes, people have cars. It's a reality. They need them to get to place. So as much as it'd be nice to walk, I mean, it'd be great to have a place to like fill your gas tank up or to get your car repaired. So why aren't we allowing those uses? And also just generally blue-collar uses. Why are we restricting those? I think blue-collar uses are great for the fabric of the community, certainly for the tax base, but also just for the character of a neighborhood. So let's consider allowing those as well. With the dormitory fraternity use, I wonder why actually it's even in the zoning to begin with, because I'm thinking that Tufts will just make a Dover Amendment argument if they want to build a frat or sorority. They might be able to somehow twist their way into saying this is an educational use, even though we all know what goes on in fraternities and sororities. And I think that'd certainly be debatable. Finally, as for the heights, I know that's kind of the focus of tonight's meeting. I'd say we've gone a little too high. I especially think this is true in BA3, 6 to 8. I think it's far too much for the neighborhood. I know this wasn't even an option considered, but I'd go even lower than the options that were presented to you. I'd go 4+1 on that. I'd like to see a neighborhood that really isn't overcrowded, that really does preserve the quality of life for residents of the hillside. And yes, I understand the goal for many of you is to increase density, but we do have to be realistic in a lot of ways about things like traffic and just quality of life, health. There's a lot of different things to think about, so I hope you'll take the time and make those considerations. A lot of these technical suggestions I laid out for all of you in a letter, which I submitted as a public comment in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, going to go next to Chris Bennett on Zoom. Chris, if you could give your name and city or neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Chris Bennett. I live on Martin Street in Medford. I am a member of the Hillside community. I have a couple of questions specifically related to how this is presented. I'm not an architect. I'm a special education advocate. I also have a good basis in medical terminology, but when we're talking about architecture, it's not my game. I'm having an issue when I'm trying to look at some of the schematics that are being shown without street signs or street names for me, because it's very hard for me to picture it. I can't think that way. So I would like to see, this is Winthrop Street. This is, whatever side street that is that you go down off across from North Street. But my major concern is the height that we're talking about. And when I was listening, why are we doing these kind of things why are we keeping it a height limit, like because of Medford Square? And I'm thinking, that's like comparing apples to oranges, because this is like a community area here. I mean, you have certain places down on Boston Ave, but you have a lot of homes too. You have a lot of 3-family homes, you have a lot of 2-family homes. But the final thing that I wanted to ask about was why we're talking 7 stories in that little area there. That really concerns me. We don't know. We've already put up a huge dormitory. That's impacted my drivability for a long time. I'm talking about going in the opposite direction now toward West Medford Square. I try to avoid going through Medford Square. I usually use Boston Ave all the time. And I see the traffic that hits there now, and I'm just overly, seriously concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go back to the podium. If you could give your name and your neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Kristen Lugowski. I'm in Medford Hillside also. I think in general, having mixed use is a good thing. Obviously, we need more housing, and we could use some more businesses around to help get the neighborhoods, vibrant. Medford could use a little bit more going on. My main concerns, again, like Chris, I think, are some of the height things. I want it to still feel like a neighborhood when we have mixed use. And again, I do want to see more housing for people that they can afford to. But the B3 really concerns me, because I was looking at the shadows, and it did definitely eclipse some of those, residential houses in both February and in the summer, right? So I would not want to be in one of those houses and lose the little bit of sunlight I get every day. So the other thing that concerned me about that is the way the houses, maybe it's just the modeling, but right now those buildings that were there or are there are pretty offset from North Street. and the modeling, it had it right up against the road, so maybe that's part of the issue for that shadow. The other thing I'd like to see, if you guys ever do more modeling on the shadowing, is to see what it looks like for when the sun's coming east, because it was really hard to tell with the houses on the other side of Boston Ave towards the university, how that shadow would impact them. It was really easy to see what the shadow towards the railroad track looks like, but you couldn't really see how those other people on the other side were impacted, because the east-facing sun comes in that way, and they would be eclipsed by some of those houses probably. And again, it's just the way the view of that modeling happens. It's really hard to tell how when the sun's rising, that impacts those houses behind those buildings. So I think that would just be something to take into consideration when you're doing this. It doesn't impact me directly, but I walk through those neighborhoods all the time with my dog, so I'm very familiar with the area. But it's just those kind of little things, just, again, great to have more mixed use, great to have more housing, but again, just thinking about the impact to the neighborhood directly. The other thing too, with the student housing, every student unit gets one car. We don't even do that for affordable housing. There's a lot of good public transportation. Does everybody need a car? I mean, I have one, I'm privileged, but I also have a house with a driveway. A lot of the people who live off of Boston Ave don't have parking. So I know you're trying not to take away from their parking, but it also is, you know, just why do we have all this public transportation if we're just going to assume everybody needs a car? So just some other things to think about. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go back to Zoom. We will go to Laura Longsworth on Zoom. And if there's anyone else in the chamber who does plan to speak, if you could just raise your hand or come to the podium, just so I'm aware. We'll go to Laura Longsworth on Zoom. Laura, if you could provide your name and your neighborhood, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, Laura Longsworth. I live on North Street in Hillside, and I've thought a lot about the student dorm, and I just really would prefer that we didn't go this direction. I think it's kind of building a monoculture in an area where I would love to see just regular housing built. I do think that inviting a concentration of students into that neighborhood is probably not great for the neighborhood. It kind of creates an anchor situation where you have a dorm at one end, at Tufts at the other end, and some of the conversation is about bringing students out of Hillside, and I just think it instead is going to do the opposite. It's just going to create kind of a belt of students. And I think it's going to create a pretty noisy environment. And I appreciate the discussion about how to manage that and students needing to answer to their university and so forth. But that's kind of complicated, maybe not realistic, because if they're at different universities, what does that mean? And what takes priority, the city's noise ordinance or the university? And then just the number of people. I'd like to hear how many people we're talking about in this building, because you're saying 2 beds in a bedroom. How many bedrooms? I mean, there's a lot of factors that could go into putting a lot of people in here, especially if the height requirements stay as high as you're talking about. So I too am an advocate of bringing the heights down. And just circling back to the fraternity sorority discussion, I think if we don't want those, they should just come out, because from what I read, most of the off-campus fraternities and sororities, it's true they're not owned by the students because that would be unaffordable, but they're also not owned by the national chapters. They're actually purchased and created by groups of alumni and then rented out to students. And so alumni actually probably would have some buying power. So if we don't want them, they just should not be in there. So those are my comments. I do feel like, I don't know. I don't know where everyone from Hillside is, because everybody I talk to says they don't really want a dorm. And then some are surprised that they're hearing about it for the first time, which surprises me, but because there's been a lot of discussion about it, but I think people don't quite know. So yeah, I think you're going to find you're catching people by surprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. We'll go back to in person, name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. Pat Gallagher, I'm here with Goulston and Storrs on behalf of Tufts University. Just wanted to quickly weigh in on the the student housing proposal that we've heard about tonight. And I think we're still digesting this and understand that a lot of thought has gone into this. We do have some concerns from what we've seen so far. This is not something that Tufts is involved in. And I think, frankly, based on the minimum size that is being discussed, we'd have some concerns on a supply and demand standpoint, and whether there's really enough demand to support that size of a development. And I think from a supervision standpoint as well, when Tufts thinks about its dormitories, these are buildings that have Tufts resident assistants. They are part of the university. And so to have a facility that doesn't have that same sort of structure is something that I think we would need to think about. So still kind of reviewing the proposal, thinking about it, but wanted to echo that I think right now Tufts has some concerns with that as well. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go to Jenny Gilbert on Zoom next, and then we'll go back to the podium in person, and then we'll go to David Roach, and then Lori Krieger on Zoom. So, Jenny.
Hi, my name is Jenny Gilbert, and I live on North Street. I'm actually neighbors with Laura, and I agree. I support mixed-use housing, but I'm really concerned about the height of the buildings and the plan for the dorms especially. I've lived on North Street for about 3 years. We have a lot of traffic. We have a lot of heavy traffic. We have a lot of trucks going up and down the street. The road is in really bad condition right now. And I think, I just feel like without a solid traffic plan, but even with one, putting that many people in the neighborhood will really be a crisis for congestion. I mean, this year when we had the snowstorms and one side of the road was closed, people had to park blocks away from their house who didn't have parking, and not everybody has a driveway on this street. So I just wanted to express my concern about those things. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go next to the podium. If you give your name and your neighborhood, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lorraine Thornhill. I live on North Street for over 20-something years, and I'm concerned about, it's great to bring a mixed-use building, but I'm concerned about the height that I'm seeing here, about 7 stories. And also I'm not clear about how many people are going to be in this building. As I just heard Jenny say, and I believe we're neighbors. When there is a snow emergency, where is there going to be parking? Boston Ave is a main artery, so there is no parking on Boston Ave when there's during a snow emergency. And on North Street right now, already during this last major snowstorms that we had, there was not sufficient parking, and everybody does not have parking garages. Are we also considering the residents that live around there, and do they know about this proposal? I happen to hear about it through somebody else. Everybody, as you can see, does not attend these meetings or watch these meetings. Is there going to be signage, or are we going to get a reverse call to say what is going on? How can we voice our opinion about this? But I am very concerned about this dormitory or housing that we're proposing to have of 7. What I heard was 6 stories. I'm not too sure if that is true. So I'm just very concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to David on Zoom. David, if you could provide your name and your city or neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. David Roach, representing the owners of 222 Boston Avenue. I'd just like to clarify one thing out of the gate, talking about the use here. This is just a proposal for an allowed use. Obviously, there's a long way to go between approving zoning and realizing a project. You know, there could be a multifamily mixed-use building here. There could be many other uses. But, you know, we're just trying to keep the options open here as this zoning moves through. We've had folks express interest in this as a potential use, so we thought it would be a good idea to have it be allowed. You know, obviously, if there is not a demand, it won't get built. But it does represent an opportunity to get students out of the 2 and 3 family homes, and I don't know why it would be a bad thing to, you know, create that kind of opportunity within the code. As for the use in its definition, the CDB did a great job last night, I believe, of crafting some detailed language to protect the best interests of the city as it relates to this potential use. I was a bit surprised to see it being discussed as a CDB reviewed use, because a special permit really exists for uses that are simple and vague to create these guardrails that the CDB was spending last night crafting. There's a significant amount of conditions that were proposed that would typically be the kind of conditions that are crafted in a special permit. And I was expecting that the purpose of that was to create this as a by right use. So a little surprised by that being discussed. As for the height shown, I have to be honest, I've been in this business for a long time. I think shadow studies are not the best way to represent really anything. Picking the time of day, the time of year, no one really could ever agree on what is a good amount of shadows. To every neighbor, any shadow is too much, and the reality is that a large building will cast shadows and will never make it look in a favorable light. But the proposed heights that were shown within the shadow studies for the BA3 zone were a bit surprising along North Avenue, based upon the past discussions. Initially, Innis had proposed in this zone a 98-foot height for North Avenue. And I would remind folks that the current zoning allows for 85 feet, which is the equivalent of 7 stories. So to limit that to 5 stories is surprising and would create building forms that are really not buildable. And the incentive zoning would be watered down. So I would just consider that a step back, as shown on Boston Avenue, would still give the protections of not creating a large wall, as you know, I think is the primary fear of most folks when it comes to tall buildings. So a step back is appropriate, but limiting the height overall doesn't make much sense to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go back to in person. You provide your name and your neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Mariana Ducey, 2 North Street. If I'm correct, I'm concerned with the corner of Boston Ave and North Street. If I'm correct, you said that would be 6 plus 2?
Boston Ave
and North Street.
Well, it depends on which scenario you want to look at. but
Marianne,
The maximum.
if you could just direct your comments here.
I'm just correct, I'm just getting.
Boston and North?
Boston and North.
Yeah, there's 3 proposals.
But I want the maximum, which.
5 plus 2, 6 plus 1, or 6 plus 2. So those are the 3
6 plus
proposals.
2 would be the maximum.
Yes, that's the
Okay,
highest. Yes.
which I would be opposed to that height. At a previous meeting, I asked I didn't ask Chair Carr, I asked all of you to walk Boston Ave to get a visual of what's there today and try to visualize what you're proposing here. And Doug Carr did that, and he said at the last meeting, which I think is helpful. The other thing I would like to bring out, at the end of the last meeting, President Beers, in a discussion with Danielle from the CD office, you said this: just because we increase zoning doesn't mean they will build. Well, of course they will build. A developer will come and somebody will build. So we should not over-zone, not create higher, we should put the ideal, not the maximum, because someone will come along and make the maximum. As far as the North Street corner, the land slopes down. The part closest to the track is lower than the part on Boston Ave. So I don't know if you do a step building or what you would do there, but, you know, an 8-story building there would be a lot. I've asked the mayor's office, and I'll ask all of you, I mentioned it at a previous meeting, to do a traffic study on Boston Ave, because the traffic on Boston Ave today is not good, especially during rush hours. It takes 4 to 5 changes of lights to go from North Street through the Winthrop Street traffic light. And people tell me, I don't go out that early in the morning, but they tell me it's the same in the morning. That's today, without the additional of potentially 900 people living there, because Walkland Court is going to start construction. We got a letter this week, very shortly. So when that's finished, there's going to be 300 to 350 people there. Plus, if you could potentially put 600 people in a dormitory, not all of them will have cars, but many will have cars. You'll have that many more people on Boston Ave. So before you decide anything here, that traffic study has to be done, and it has to wait till September, till the students come back from Tufts. So I haven't heard back from the mayor yet. She's out of town today or yesterday. Basically, that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Jonah on Zoom. Jonah, if you could provide your name and neighborhood, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jonah DeCola, and in South Medford. And I have a few questions. Am I allowed to get responses at this point, or is it just going to be some recorded record of a question? Can you even answer that?
If you use your comment period and you ask questions, we'll keep a recorded record of the questions.
Okay. So I feel that I'm confused because in the last meeting that I attended via Zoom, in response from the planners to the outrage over the shadowing of the Tufts building and the proposal for shadow lines at a 45-degree angle from the property line, that's been appearing, at least from the shadow study that we saw this evening, ignored. And I'm wondering about, of course, it relates to the height complaints that we've heard before and the shadowing that was demonstrated. And the second piece of my question about shadowing is that the sun in February is 10 degrees higher than it is in December. And I understand that some choice was made to show this in February as the deepest shadow time rather than the winter solstice in December, where the shadows were most extreme. I was under the impression that shadows were going to be observed when it came to height restrictions. And there was an explanation about larger buildings in Medford Square and using the highway as a buffer for that height. And has that been ignored? Because if it has been, then we need to revisit at least the public comment about shadow lines. And I'm of the opinion, as to what's already been expressed through some folks here, I share their opinion that having sunlight in your life, in your day, blocked out by tall buildings or even short buildings on a tall hill would be a problem for their neighborhoods, for the people who live there. So I'd like to actually get some response to where the deviation from the clear explanation in the last meeting about being conservative with building heights and their effect on shadowing neighboring properties as a response to the problems that we've already created for those that live near the larger science building in Tufts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We will go back to the chamber. I think we have someone who'd like to speak in person. If you could provide your name and your neighborhood, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Angela Murphy, 16 Carding Street, and I've been on Carding Street for 70 years. And we moved to Carding Street because it was not a condensed neighborhood. We had a chance to move to Somerville, but we didn't because there was land and green space at the house we purchased. So I want to say, right now, I am opposed to having 4, 6, 8, and 10-story buildings along the Boston Ave corridor. If you must build, then limit the buildings to 4 stories with no incentives to go higher, because the higher the buildings, the more they will cast a shadow over the surrounding neighborhoods of single-family and 2- and 3-story buildings down elevation from the hillside. The recommendations for providing green space is not guaranteed, as I understand from being to another meeting, because the green space you provide may not be sustained. And a rooftop garden does not benefit the neighborhood because it's not visible to the neighbors, and it is only usable to the residents in the particular building. So that to me is useless green space for the neighborhood. A traffic study needs to be done and adequate parking provided for residents in the buildings, so that vehicles do not spill onto the surrounding streets, and fix the roads to accommodate the extra traffic. Right now, Boston Ave is in such disrepair that you can break an axle if you go in some of the holes. When I asked why you are preparing higher density housing in the Hillside neighborhood and throughout Medford, it was said, if I understand correctly, I heard, that there are people who wish to live this way. Well, since this affects the established surrounding neighborhood, I wish to ask for you to walk the neighborhoods, walk the streets, canvass the people who own the houses there or reside in the houses there. You have meetings, however, communication about where and when these meetings take place has been lacking and insufficient. I only find out at last minute sometimes. If you actually walk the neighborhoods in Boston Ave, you would see it is a vibrant hub of activity for all who reside there in the Hillside neighborhood, and hopefully see that what you would propose would have negative effects in many ways to the people who have lived there over the long term or moved there because they moved there to take advantage of what the neighborhood offered. Any business you should approve, I'll be a little longer, accommodate all who reside in the Hillside neighborhood and provide services for students, families, and seniors alike, and be accessible to all, and provide parking you would need for those who aren't able to walk. It's nice to say you have walkable neighborhoods, but there's people at a certain age, or people, families with children, who can't always walk to these neighborhoods. And the businesses that are there now are established, and it would be a shame to lose any of them, as it was a great loss to lose the Hillside Hardware Store, which was known throughout the state in New Hampshire as the store to go to for paint, and prominently displayed and promoted over TV stations at different times on different programs. These buildings will accommodate many new residents and put a strain on our grid. I was informed that they are having rolling blackouts weekly in random neighborhoods throughout Somerville because it is so densely populated that their grid cannot handle the load. And not just for a few minutes, but for 2 to 3 hours at a time. My cousin lives in Somerville.
Angela, you're over by about a minute now, so if you could wrap up.
I
in a
am
sentence.
sorry, can I just wrap up? I have just a couple
In a
more
sentence
things.
or two, yeah.
Why are we accommodating Tufts in some instances at the expense of the negative effects the proposal will have on the Hillside neighborhood? enroll, if they need to enroll students, more students, and they need to have housing for them, why isn't it not possible for them to build up on their always existing campus housing? And yes, this proposal is not done right. If it's not done right, we'll create a transient community in an established neighborhood where neighbors know neighbors and take pride in owning a home in Medford, surrounded by green space.
Angela, thank you.
Thank you.
Go to Lori on Zoom. Lori Krieger, if you give your name and your neighborhood, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, it's Lori Krieger at Medford Hillside. Nice to see you all again. I want to thank the CBD and Alicia and all of y'all for the updates that you made from yesterday and looking to close the loopholes so that we can really make sure that housing is for people. I think whatever we can do to ensure that, it's really, really super important. I think that from my vantage point, I know like if we can make some of these buildings a little more human scale, and that if we can at all incentives for affordable and moderate housing to be as higher percentage as we can possibly make it. 20% still feels too small to me. I'm still wondering if a significant amount of storefronts were made on Boston Avenue, how it would impact Medford Square. I know I'm being a little bit redundant, but every square has empty storefronts and every main artery has empty storefronts. So how do we make sure that it's used? That's all I care about. Not all, but mostly. Today, the President of the United States refused to sign the Affordable Housing Bill, which eliminates the ability of venture capitalists to buy up whole neighborhoods. How can we as a city or at a state level protect our communities for people to live in their homes or to live in their neighborhoods instead of it being just money for money's sake somewhere? I'm seeing more homes for sale on the hillside than I ever have, and I'm really curious as to what's prompting this. Is it that greed quotient? And basically I'm looking at more people talking about a concept called ethical capitalism. And I think that our long-term goals, it's essential that we really focus on human environmental centered design. Whatever we do, it's got to help the living, breathing things on this planet. And this moment of unregulated capitalism won't last forever. And in terms of Tufts and the VCs, watch what they do, not what they say. Let's be super mindful that it was 5 stories. Tufts was going to be 5-story buildings, and then it took a minute, but they became 10 stories, and there was nothing we can do about it. And I will no longer get to use the sun to melt the ice on my driveway in the winter. So I know. Anyway, thank you all so much.
Thank you, Lori. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet in person who'd like to speak? Yes, come on up. Thanks. Give your name and your neighborhood, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Rita Donnelly, and I live at 35 Charnwood Road. And I would just say, I know that we need housing. I've walked my neighborhood. Most of the houses on Orchard Street are owned by realty companies that are renting to Tufts students. I heard of 4, since the last meeting, I've heard of 4 houses that have been purchased in Medford by out-of-state people who are using the houses as bed and breakfasts. Now, when I did the senior abatement, there was a big thing about bed and breakfast, that you had to register with the city. And I'm wondering if all of these people are registered as a business and a bed and breakfast, because I don't think they are. I mean, 4 houses, 2-family houses. They're keeping 1 apartment for themselves, the out-of-state person, because their kid goes to Tufts or Harvard or MIT, and then they're renting out bed and breakfast. So it's turning into a transient neighborhood. My neighborhood is a nice neighborhood. I live on a single-family street. The neighbors are changing now. The young people are moving in, the older people are moving away, and it's nice to see the little kids play. If you bring in hordes of people, that changes the whole neighborhood. You can't be bringing in hordes of people. And yes, it would be nice to have a 7-story building for low-income housing. There's not going to be no low-income housing. You're going to get 1 or 2 apartments out of that whole building. You could have 12 apartments in that building. You're only going to get 1 or 2 affordable housing. I had a lady, can I say where I work? I don't want to get in trouble. Jim will kill me. But anyways, I work at City Hall. And I had a lady crying because she was going to be evicted. She had no place to go. I sent her to the mayor's office because I didn't know what to do with her, and she was being evicted and she had no place to go. I understand. I was a single parent. I had 3 children. I cannot tell you how many people would not rent to me because I had 3 boys. If I had girls, maybe they would think about me. But because I had 3 boys, they would not rent to me. And it was very discouraging. So I am not opposed to affordable housing, but there has to be a solution that you can get this affordable housing without changing the neighborhood, without turning it into little, you ever see those hotels in Japan where you just buy the bed? You can't have that and expect to have a neighborhood. And you cannot have people, developers, buying up all these houses, reconfiguring them. The one on North Street, it was a single-family home. There's 3 apartments in that house now. It was a developer. Do you think he's selling it to low-income people or renting it to low-income people? I don't think so. It's a disgrace what's happening to this city. I really want you to pay attention to what you're doing here, because if you just look at it as, if you just look at it in a vacuum as the housing, all right, and not take into account, there are going to be cars. I love that parking department. I called them up because the people from Tufts are parking on my street. They don't want to pay the fees for the garage at Tufts. So to be having buildings without parking is ridiculous in that neighborhood. I called the police on one Saturday because I was trying to go up Winthrop Street to take a right on Boston Ave towards North Street, and I sat through 4 sets of lights, and then when I turned, I couldn't go anywhere because the food people were parking on one side. They blocked off some of the parking spots for outdoor dining, and the bus couldn't get down the street. So I called the police. I said, I'm sitting here, I don't know what to do. I can't back up. People are behind me, people are in front of me, and the bus is coming at me. What do I do? You have to look at the neighborhood and decide how you can meet your goals. It's not, Salem Street is not like Hillside. The square is not like the Hillside. So just be very mindful. And when they were doing the Green Line, they were saying, oh, all these people are going to come. Now, and this is my last thing. From Arlington, they're going to come and take the Green Line. We have the buses that go to Leechmere, they can take the Green Line. Now they're going to eliminate those bus routes. So what is going to happen to those people? They're going to be driving to the Green Line to get to their jobs. Because people are making decisions just on what they're focusing on and not looking at the bigger picture. So I'm sorry if I'm crazy, but I really feel passionate about it, and I love my neighborhood, and I hope that it doesn't change too much, but I do understand the plight of people because I lived it, not being able to rent an apartment, not knowing where I was going to go to get my kids' stuff. And I did have wonderful people helping me along the way. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Judy Weinstock on Zoom. Name and neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Thanks again for holding the joint meeting. I think that they're really, really very important. And as you know, I'm usually here, and here I am again. A couple of just quick things, and I do want to be pretty brief. In terms of the student potential for non-university student housing on North Street and Boston Avenue, or frankly, anywhere within the 1 mile of Tufts. I know it's not the job of the City Council or the Community Development Board to worry about things like supply and demand, that the marketplace in theory will take care of those things. But I do know, and I feel like you've heard a lot of pushback from the neighborhood around the scope and size and numbers of students that would need to be there to make it a financially feasible project for the developer and the property owner. I actually have no doubt, and I wrote a letter to this effect, that the property owner will find another very profitable way to use that land. If in fact this land use is either delayed, as I think it should be, and it'll probably end up being something that's better actually for the community. To someone else's point who said that a lot of people in that neighborhood, it's not my neighborhood. I'm in the hillside, but I'm not that far down. It actually has appeared from the public side to be an incredibly speedy process to bring up online a brand new land use, particularly of this type, given the sensitivities of particularly the Hillside neighborhood with regard to all that happened over the last year with Tufts. I do think that it will be very difficult, even with the regulations that the board has crafted, to really make it a viable option for the residents who live in that area. I would like to see a pause placed on it. I think that it's really only been publicly discussed, I think, for about 8 weeks. I think that's a really, really short period of time to try to craft a brand new land use that has this much opposition and needs so much planning in order to move it forward. And I do think supply and demand is an issue, and I'm not convinced that it will be a viable option for the developer once Tufts brings up that 10-story dormitory building. Moving on to the heights issue, I find it really complicated. I think that the multiple proposals are really tough to follow. And I would caution, and I think some members of the CD board feel similarly, you know, you'll have an opportunity to modify zoning in the future. There shouldn't be a 25 or 30-year break in between reviewing it. And I would go for more moderation on building heights, in particularly on the corner of Winthrop and Boston Ave. I'm not sure where the 5-story potential on corners has come up or why it's coming up, but that just seems like sort of overreach on those corners at Boston Avenue and Winthrop. And with that, I know there's a lot of tensions between the city needing additional revenue and residents needing a break on property taxes, and all of that can only come through growth. So I'm all in favor of growth, but I think that the Community Development Board and the City Council need to be a little bit more reserved in allowing really tall buildings to emerge out of this new zoning. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Judy. Is there anyone in the chambers who hasn't spoken who'd like to speak? All right, we're going to go to Jeremy Martin on Zoom, and I think that's our last comment for the hearing tonight. Jeremy, name and address, name and neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Jeremy Martin. I also live in the Hillside over on Burgett Ave. Thanks for the opportunity to speak again tonight and to be able to see some of the presentation before commenting. I appreciate the adjustment in the format on that. I first want to speak up as someone who is very much in favor of added density in our community. I disagree with the notion that more people can destroy a neighborhood. If anything, I think more people makes a neighborhood more vibrant, more lively, more diverse. And I would like to see that in my community. And I say that as someone who drives, who bikes, who walks, who has a young child. Many of the things that people say they had as a value in this community and why they lived here are the reasons I live here. And I think it can be a better place even beyond what we know now. So I very much support the premise of this proposal and what's being considered. On the student purpose-built housing, I just want to say I do think that
Jeremy, it looks like you got muted or muted yourself. I'm requesting
yes.
to unmute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to say on that I want us to consider whether we're working against ourselves. If one of the goals of this zoning is to create more housing for the community at large in Medford, and instead replacing that housing with something that's exclusive for students, corners like the one at North Street and any of the other areas of this proposed rezoning are the very places we should be putting buildings for the Medford community, not for students. Students should be on campus. And so please consider that we're actually undermining the bigger goal of this entire thing. And then the last thing I want to focus on is that corner of Winthrop and Boston Avenue. I know that Tufts has suggested that 4 stories is not financially feasible for redevelopment. I haven't been able to see the details of what the statement is there. But please consider that Tufts is likely not to develop this on their own. They'll partner with a private developer. And so you should ask if the interests that are being conveyed are the interests of the university, or are they the interests of their for-profit development partner? This is the same situation that led to a 10-story building, and you've heard many times how that has worked out. Also remember that it's likely to be a proposal that will be submitted as a Dover project, which will also severely limit the Community Development Board and any other city boards' oversight of the project. But setting all of that aside, please also take into account the real conditions on this corner. It's got narrow sidewalks, it's got fast-moving traffic, and we need to determine if it has the capacity to meet the size of building that's being considered. I would encourage you to go visit Boston Avenue now and understand the relationship between a relatively narrow sidewalk and a 10-story building. That's exacerbated even more on this corner if this building were to be any more than 4 or 5 floors, likely more than 4. What's there now is only 2. So with all of that said, really appreciate the work that everyone has been doing on this and look forward to continuing to review progress. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeremy, and thank you to everybody who spoke. Really, have appreciated the public engagement. You guys already both spoke. We already spoke tonight, so we're gonna keep it to what it was, but everybody had a chance to speak. Right. Thank you, Angela. We already went through the speaking, so I'm sorry, but we've closed the public hearing for the evening. We've closed the public hearing, and I gotta follow the rules. I'm sorry. Thank you. Well, I would really prefer that you didn't do that. Marianne, thank you. All right. Sure.
A couple people mentioned, I don't want to respond, we can't respond to everyone who made comments, but any use that happens, as Emily mentioned in her presentation, there are parking requirements for every use, I believe. And certainly the North Street, Boston Ave site, the BA3 sites, they're going to have substantial parking, whether it's a multifamily or a purpose-built student housing. It could be a lab, it could be anything, but there are parking. We try to be realistic and recognize that cars exist, and even though that street is very well served by transit, I do agree with the comments about the buses need to be preserved. We want to get people to that green line that we spent 15 years getting to Medford so that we can take people out of cars where possible. I know that's not possible for everyone. I just think that's worth reiterating.
Thank you. Yeah, and it also came up, a couple of times. We saw some visuals tonight. Those visuals do not represent projects that have been proposed or attempts to create, pull permits or even designs that have even been imagined. Those are really just kind of attempts to visualize a potential building based on the zoning. As Emily and Paula noted, most of even the attempted visualizations likely wouldn't be feasible given the dimensional requirements, the parking requirements of the zoning that's proposed. So even what was shown for the shadow studies, it's unlikely that buildings of that size and mass could be built with the zoning that has been proposed. So when I say, that the zoning doesn't mean that someone's going to build something, that's what I mean. There's a lot of things that go into zoning. I think we took a very, in my view, conservative approach to say, let's make these possible buildings look really big and see what the shadows look like, but with the understanding and the assumptions that Emily and Paula laid out, which is actually even those buildings that were proposed there probably couldn't be built. And I do think another thing to talk about here, right, the land values and the building values in the neighborhood are really high, and that means that building new things is expensive. And this is one of the things when we talk about environmental benefit or new housing units, There's a reason that projects become more possible when the height limit is higher, and it's because it's more environmentally friendly to build a single building. It's more efficient to build a few more units on a single building than separate those into multiple buildings. And given the kind of economic environment that we're in right now, that's one of the reasons that some density is really important. Because if we say no, if we say it's 3 stories and 6 units, like things just don't get built. So I think when we're talking about finding that middle ground about what change looks like, you know, we could, and I'm not saying anyone's proposing this, right? No one has said, let's put 25-story buildings on Boston Ave, right? No one from the Community Development Board, no one from the City Council. But you're seeing in Davis Square, and it's different, right? There is the red line right there, that is something that someone is coming in and proposing in a relatively nearby neighborhood. I think that when we talk about 3, 4, 5-story buildings, and in a very specific area of this zone, in areas that already have some tall warehouse buildings that have been part of our city's history for 100 years over on Boston and North Street, this is a scale that is reasonable. That's my personal opinion. It's not saying let's just get rid of zoning and let people plop 25-story buildings wherever they want. Like, I don't think that's an approach that any of us want to take. But change is difficult, and adding 3 to 5-story buildings in parts of this corridor and a couple of places where a 6 or 7-story building would be possible is something that is reflective of what it costs to build new buildings and what is feasible change. So that's my personal perspective. I think we've spent, 3 months just talking about this proposed zoning. Certainly the City Council has spent the last 2.5 to 3 years talking about our city's comprehensive plan and housing production plan, our climate plan, and worked with the Innis Land Strategies Group and the Planning Development Sustainability Office to craft a framework to find reasonable but significant change that makes our neighborhoods more vibrant, that invites mixed uses, that brings in the growth and revenue that folks were talking about, because one of the things we don't talk about a lot on these projects is they will make improvements in the neighborhood. Like, you will see roads repaired, you will see better sidewalks, you will see new trees. Those are things that happen when construction is done as well. It's not going to happen everywhere. We're not going to have unlimited and infinite money, but the revenue, the way that taxes work, right, in cities and towns, the way that Massachusetts law work is you can either ask the people who live here now to pay more, that's called an override, or you can bring in what's called new growth. And that means allowing construction and new buildings in parts of your city, and the revenue that comes with that. And when we're in an environment where the cost of running a city, the cost of fixing streets, the cost of running schools, the cost of paying policemen and firefighters is going up faster than 2.5% per year, that's why we see a lot of the issues that we see as a city. We don't have enough revenue to pay for even maintaining the services the city provides now. Growth is essentially, other than asking the people who are here to pay more than 2.5% per year, which is not something that we want to do. Growth is the only other way to raise revenue to fund city services. And I think that something that we've talked about for the last 3 years is how do we have smart, reasonable growth that does help raise revenue and improves our neighborhoods. And I think that this zoning proposal, by and large, reflects that consensus and the work of planners and a lot of community input over the last 6 years. So that's just my 2 cents on all of that. With that, do we want to talk about how we want to deliberate about do we want to start with the heights and the boundaries?
Yes, I just want to make a couple of quick comments. I don't think there's anybody on either one of these two bodies who's not in favor of a lot of development, because the options that we're talking about, even the smallest one of the three, basically the 3 different tiers of possibilities for BA1, BA2, BA3, I don't even think the small ones are small, in my opinion. And if there's one theme I'm hearing here tonight, it's that there's a lot of people who are not thrilled with what they think is excessive height on some of the proposals. And that's the challenge, is that when we talk about, I'm not sure we're talking about the same proposal right now. Right now, we have a menu of 3 options for 3 different zones. So there's potentially 9 different zoning tracks we could be going down tonight. And just one other comment about time. We spent 4 months working collectively together on the Medford Square, and we got it right, in my opinion. Not perfect, but very good. As far as I can tell, we've been working, the CD board itself has been working on this for less than 6 weeks, and I think closer to 5. And so that's 25% of the time for something that is critical. It's like, I just think we need to be a little bit more thoughtful and pace ourselves. You know, I want to get this done, but I want to get it done right. And I know that most of the people on the city board share that. We said that repeatedly in Medford Square, and we're going to continue to say that. I'm hoping we get consensus, but the next hour or two talking about height and massing and options will determine if we're talking about a consensus plan or not. And that's where I think we stand right now. So let's talk about the next steps.
I think it would be useful for us to go back through the height and boundary options, like zone by zone. And I do want to recognize Councilor Scarpelli first.
Thank you, Council Bears. And I think that before we move forward, I think that understanding the messaging that we're hearing is vital. I think that going through the process, the way we went through the process together with Medford Square, I truly hear and feel that even if people weren't happy with what was finale, they were still content with the process, and that to me is a victory. And just to share, I know that I was the one on the mountaintop screaming about community involvement with Salem Street and the concerns we've had. And I think, to your credit, Mr. President, we took a responsible approach to making sure that we are now listening to our residents. And I look at the timeline, and I also understand that we do have a tight timeline, but at the same time, I would concur with Chair Carr in the fact that the process with the height requirements are something we can work through tonight. But I've also heard from a lot of people, even tonight as I'm sitting here, residents that feel like this is just the beginning of the process. They feel like they still need to be heard. They're afraid of the neighborhood that they love, the neighborhood they bought into, the neighborhood that they grew up in. But at the same breath, they're not afraid or they're not scared that they understand that there's a process in place that we know that needs some change. So, I mean, what I keep getting back on my end are different studies. I know that we talked about traffic studies in the past, but in this quarter, especially understanding the traffic studies, understanding the density issues, understanding the setbacks. So these are going to be important hours as we move forward, because I think what is evident are the height restrictions and the heights of what we're looking at for this corridor. But I too want to caution everyone or express the feelings that I'm sharing from the residents that have reached out to me, that this is hopefully a process that isn't done tonight or move forward tonight because of a timeline, but maybe looking at it more of a totality and say, we want to get this right, and using the Medford Square piece as a partnership really showed why it could be successful. Believe me, I know how hard everybody's worked here. I know, especially you, Council Bears, and Council Collins, who isn't here, and Council Lemming, who took over that role, what that's meant in the last couple of months especially. I mean, I've seen the meetings, I've we followed the notes and the responses, but I think it is, you know, it hasn't been viewed in a long, long time, and this is a huge change for our community, and I too understand new growth is what's going to support our community financially, and it's something we haven't had in many, many years. But I just wanted to share after the comments that our residents presented and the multi text message and emails receiving that I promised that I would share their concerns of speed and height and neighborhood feel, and making sure that that was expressed. So again, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councillor Scarpelli. I think we should go through the major decision points, and then we can decide how both bodies want to move forward once we've talked through kind of the decisions that we have to make tonight.
Thank you.
Maybe let's start with the BA1 options, and we can see if there's discussion from either body. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Let me just move the controls over and set this up so we can see it in full. So just for those of you who are online, I did put in the chat the interactive map link, just because I know it's hard to see street names on here, and so for those of you who may want to zoom in while we're talking, that might be helpful. Let's start with the heights, President Bears. So I'm just going to walk you through the scenarios again. So in BA1, option A is a 3+1, option B is a 4+1, option C is 3+1 along the length of the street with 4+1 on the corners. Just show you one at a time. So this is the 3 stories plus the 1 incentive. This is the 4 stories from the 1 incentive. And this is the 3 stories plus 1 incentive in the mid part of the block and the 4+1 on the corners. I'm not going to go through the shadows again because that will take a long time, but let me go to BA2.
No, let's just
Oh,
stick
you
with
just
BA1.
want to stay on
Yeah.
BA1? Okay, then let me go back and show you the 3 options.
All right. I think it's talking, members of the council, we have these 3 options before us. I think we should kind of see if there's consensus on the council about which of these options we would prefer to move forward with. Councillor Callahan.
Thanks. I would say of the 3 areas, BA 1, 2, and 3, this one from the shadow studies does seem to be the one that the shadows really just go mostly across the tracks. I don't have a strong opinion, and I'm happy to be convinced, but of all of the areas, this one I think could have the 4+1. So that's kind of where I'm leaning, but again, don't have a strong opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. I mean, any other councillors on BA1? Councillor Scarpelli.
Hang on, you're not on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I don't think that I'm ready to move forward with a vote, but I think that, like I said, I look at, I understand our representative from Innis explaining the February and June, but I also understand the concerns that I've heard of shadowing, and that might not be the best process, but I would stick with option A, with the lower process. So,
thank you, Councillor Scarpelli. Councillor Lemming.
I feel like personally I could go with options B or C on this one. I mean, a lot of my concerns with this one just revolve around being able to do something with Hillside hardware, and just allowing appropriate development incentives. leaning towards option B, but I could be convinced on B or C in this case.
Any further comments by council members? All right, I'll turn it over to you, Chair. Oh, Councilor Mullane. No, wrong one. You got it really.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate all of the conversations and feedback that we've heard. I mean, we've been going through this for a while now, and we've heard, and I've received, a lot of positive feedback as well of seeing some of the zoning come through, and certainly having gone through all of the budgets, also recognizing that this is another avenue for us to really look and help to generate for services that are very much needed throughout Medford. I would probably go between option B or option C. I can see, I feel maybe I'm leaning more towards option C, the 3+1, 4+1 on the corners. But again, not hard and fast, but I feel like that might be the best option given some of the information that we've seen tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mullane. I'll turn it over to Chair Carr.
Very good. Okay, who would like to go first on the board? Go ahead. Paige.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Two of those options have an incentivized zoning story?
They all do.
Okay.
Yeah, the
so,
+1 is the incentive.
So I know last night we had a discussion, sorry to turn, about the affordable housing table. And I'm concerned if we're talking about options with incentivization, but we're still unclear with one of those options. Is it wise to continue to discuss these if we're not clear if these options are even applicable? Is it okay if I ask Danielle that question?
I would like to hear
or Director
Danielle and
Hunt?
Alicia, their response. It's a fair question. Oh, hold on. 9?
So if I understand your question, it's if we're removing one of the major, so the proposal on the table is we either would fix the incentives. There's a problem with the incentive for affordable housing, and that can't be done tonight. It's going to take us a little bit of time to work through the math and the scenarios to figure out how to incentivize affordable housing in a way that's worth it to the city so that we get the height we want and the units we want. So if it was adopted tonight, we would have to take that section out because it is a major loophole. And we don't want people applying and building with the major loophole in there. And it leaves other incentives. Other incentives are still there, but they're not as attractive to people in general. They're less likely to be picked up, particularly in the BA1. The other incentives are really unlikely that anybody would use them. So the affordable housing is truly the only real incentive for this area. So the two options on the table are to basically adopt it without that in it soon, or continue working on this. The staff need and the consultants through the summer to sort of figure this out. We need a couple of weeks, which basically takes us through the summer, to bring it back in September, at which point we believe that we can do incentivized affordable housing to do these incentives, and that would work, but we can't adopt that tonight. Like, we don't have the ability to. So if one was to leave it with the incentives, then it would just not get used. If say it was passed tonight, that nobody would take the incentives, and they may or may not propose something over the course of the summer. A savvy developer would say, yeah, but the city is putting better incentives in the fall that we want to use, and we'll wait. So that's kind of how I see it. Either, right, it's adopted without it, and developers will wait and things in this area won't happen, or we adopt it all in the fall with the incentives in there, in which case there are meaningful incentives for people to use.
I just want to be clear, we're not talking about adopting any zoning tonight, right? So
if we,
but we're talking, well, the choice before us tonight is to close a public hearing, which then starts a clock for the CD board to make a recommendation, and the CD board can make a recommendation that we should update the incentive and that there would be time to then update the incentive, or the CD board could make a recommendation to remove the incentive. But I just wanted to clarify, like, we can't vote tonight to adopt the zoning. We're not adopting final zoning at any point tonight because it's just not possible.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that. Nothing would get adopted tonight. If the hearing was closed tonight, they would stop taking public hearing. The CD board would have technically 20 days, and then the city council could vote after that, but the city council doesn't have to vote. The city council could wait until the CD board comes with its recommendation on how to do this. There just wouldn't be any further comment on that. In the terms of the incentive housing, I'm going to say it's super technical. Like, I can't imagine that anybody other than a lawyer or a mathematician is going to end up with comments on it. We would publish sort of, here's the table, this is why we think this works. I don't know, given vacations and stuff, that we could do that in 20 days to put it in front of the CD board that soon. Could we put it in front of the CD board in August? I think that's rational. But yeah, that's kind of where we would stand with it. Danielle wants to add to it. So I'm going to say that Danielle and some of our interns have been studying this a lot.
Yes, thanks, Paige, for bringing that up. Yeah, I feel very strongly that this needs to be fixed so that we can actually get deeper affordability and additional affordable units. I think it'd be a real shame if, because of 2 months, we have to delete these and either properties are redeveloped and we miss these opportunities. But I did want to ask a question about the timing. I believe that the CD board does not have, if they didn't close their public hearing, then the clock doesn't start. Because the order of operations is that the CD board has a public hearing and then they close their public hearing and make a recommendation to the city council. That's when the shot clock starts, when they close the public hearing. If they keep it open, then it's still open. There's no clock just because city council closes their public hearing.
Right. I mean, I think, and maybe we should just go the other direction here. I was thinking we could talk about the substance and then talk about the process, but it sounds like we're in the process
Well,
here.
I just wanted to clarify that because it was brought up.
Yes, well, no, and I think that was my point, right? The decision tonight is, do we want to continue a public hearing? Do we want to close a public hearing? Do we all want to make the same choice on that? Do we want to make different choices on that? I think something that we have heard pretty consistently from folks is there's been a lot of meetings, and we did outline a process in January and then an updated process in March and April, indicating like what would be the ways for people to participate in this process. If we continue the public hearing, then we continue asking people to come back and attend more and more meetings and make comments again, feel either obligated or interested in continuing to do that. I think there's a couple of ways that we could go tonight. We could all continue public hearings. If we do that, then we can't really have a joint meeting on this until the fall because the mayor said, I don't want you to have public meetings on zoning during the summer. We could both close a public hearing tonight if we agree on the substance of the height and the purpose-built student housing proposals. Like if we agree in principle that these are things we want to do, these are generally the heights that we want to have, and what needs to happen next is the technical elements of what is the actual language. I certainly think that the Community Development Board could meet over the summer to finalize the incentive technicality. Like I think we all agree we want an affordable housing incentive, right? That we agree on that. That's the substance. Like it's just that there's a technical issue where on small projects with a lower number of units, we're having math problems. So, you know, we all agree that we want an affordable housing incentive. Do we need to continue the public hearing to get more public feedback on something we already all agree on? I think that's just kind of the principle that I'm trying to put out there. So I think we could all agree to continue the public hearing and push this out for several months. I think we could agree for both bodies to close the public hearing if we agree after discussion on the substantive process that we're in a general consensus on heights in the sub-districts, and in a general consensus that the purpose-built definition that you all really worked on last night is something that we all agree to. And then you and PDS, the CD board and PDS, could work out the technical final version of the recommendations that you were to submit to us. If we're concerned about the shot clock, I'm sure that we could agree as part of the vote that we're not going to schedule a vote until we receive recommendations from you guys. As the person who puts things on the agenda, I can say I won't put it on the agenda until we receive recommendations from you guys. So I don't want us to get caught in that piece of this. Because yes, closing the public hearing nominally starts a shot clock, but it also gives certainty to the public about what the rest of this process is going to look like. And if, per the mayor's directive, we're going to continue the public hearing, it means there will be no recommendations until September or maybe even October. And I think we should really consider whether that's the timeline and the process that we want to have here. Because I think there's a way for us to have continued discussions to get it right, to get the text of this right, if we all agree largely on the intent and the substance of the decisions that we have to make. That allows for the CD board and PDS to work over the summer. And I think that can happen if we're saying we've closed public hearings, because that's what the mayor said we shouldn't be doing over the summer, is having public hearings. If we choose to keep it open, then I think we're just going to be months out from here. And I do think, frankly, we'll hear maybe from councilors and CD board members a disagreement. Maybe the council says we do want to close the public hearing. Maybe the CD board says we don't. And then I think you guys would have a process on your own, and you would have maybe some more public hearings, and then you would come up with recommendations, and then whatever you recommend would come back to us. But that would be more akin to the process that we had last time, where I think there was council disagreed with some recommendations and chose not to adopt them. I think something we've been trying to do in this process is to avoid that, to try to have consensus with both boards. So I do think that if we take two paths here, we might be in a situation where some public hearings and working recommendations are made, and then it comes back to the council, and the council says, well, we agree with 6 out of 8 of them. And so I would like to try to avoid that. My personal opinion, again, is that I think if we agree on the heights and the major decisions that we have tonight, would be to say that the public hearing process is concluded tonight, but that the CD board and the PDS team could work on finalizing the recommendation language over the next couple of months. That's my personal opinion. People probably disagree with me.
That's TBD. I believe, Paige, you still have the floor. You have one question, and it took only
I never turned it
12
off.
minutes to get answered, but that's cool.
So unsure of the process, even though we're not supposed to say that.
We're making it up as we go along.
That I would not endorse that statement. I think we have options, and we're deciding on them.
Okay.
So what are we doing?
I mean, if we want to pick a path, or do you want to talk about the BA1 height?
I would love to pick a path.
All right. So we want to talk about process. All
Yes,
right.
yes, please.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could go to the council if councilors have a preference for how we move forward, or Doug, if you want to talk with the CD board about how you think you'd like to move forward. And then we could come back and try to agree on the heights and the student housing definition.
I guess I'm hesitant to, I think the process, in my opinion, would grow out of largely if there's consensus. All right. If there's not consensus, the process is going to be different. And that's why I think, and I appreciated the comments about the BA1, because there's clearly some consensus over here. I would like to know if there is over here too, because I think, to Chair Bear's earlier comments, if there is consensus, it's going to be easier to get to the finish line. But if there's not, I think we're talking about September. That's just the way I see it. But I don't know where you guys stand on this. We didn't talk at all last night about heights and massing, and we've had, look, I proposed 5 stories for the BA1, and then I pulled it back after thinking about it. So there's been evolution, there's back and forth. The new option with the 5 on the corners, I'd have no idea what anybody thinks about that. And that's why I think at least getting a sense of that would help. It might simplify the process or not. So I guess I would ask you to, and if you agree, to make a request, make a sense of your direction for each one of these zones to see if there is consensus here, because that will, in my mind, change the process. So let me go back to, oh, is that you?
Are we okay with that?
Go,
If we just let them, if we go.
go ahead, Paige, again.
Thank you, Jikar. So I will go with, I don't know if we want to put the options back on for the
Yeah,
public.
let's put the options back on screen for the BA1, if that's okay, just so everyone can see what we're talking about. It's like, let's make a deal.
As a resident and a business owner that is on this strip, I will go with option A, specifically because I look at that corner every day and I love that corner. And it's really tricky to turn if you're coming from Boston Ave to take a right up Winthrop. You're going up a hill. So I go with option A.
Okay. Oh, that's George. Oh, no worries. Dina, would you like to go next?
Emily, could you do me a favor? Could you show the shadow study again? And I think it's important. Someone said, one of the comments, for the 4+1 and the extra, is that we give a little geography lesson of what we're looking at too. Because Hillside Hardware isn't a hill, I agree with you. I've walked the area many, many times. There's a little house too. It's not just tracks. There's some residential houses back there too. Yeah.
Go ahead, Emily.
Thank
sorry.
you. Can I just confirm, so we have a shadow study for the 3+1?
Yeah.
And the 3+1 and the 4+1, which do you want to see?
Yes, yes.
All of them?
Yeah, and the 3+1 I'm fine with, but look at 4.1 and then look at the small house
Okay.
behind Danish Pastry.
So we don't have a 4+1 shadow, we can do the 3+1, okay,
Yep, that one's fine.
okay.
See that house? And I guess the question someone brought up, will the 45-degree angle be implemented for that small house behind Danish Pastry?
You're talking about this
Yes,
house
yes.
here? Okay.
Yes.
So the 45-degree angle is when the building is abutting a residential area.
Yeah.
That building is included within the BA and
Okay,
CD.
so you included it in.
The 45-degree angle would not be applicable to that house.
Right, but someone lives in that house. I could.
Of
yeah,
course,
yes,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
okay. And then, okay, so that's what I wanted to point out. So I'm going to go with the first option, option A, the 3-1. And the reason why is that if you look at what we did from Medford Square was pretty much flat. If you look at the High Street area on the corner, if you look from High Street across the street, they're pretty much flat. And I think we did like 4.1 or 3+1 on Medford Square. But the street's wider. Boston Avenue is really small. You know, the sidewalks are small too. I think one of the residents brought that up too. So I'm going to go with the lower. I'm going to go with the lower, the 3-1 on BA1.
Thank you, Dina. Ari, would you like to express an opinion on Zoom?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I am between options B and C. I think 3+1 is essentially what we have there now. And this is an area that has the capacity to support more. I think that one of the benefits of allowing for increased development and incentivizing going a little higher is that there is, as President Bears said, they will then fix the sidewalks. We will be able to get wider sidewalks. One of the things we talked about yesterday was 12-foot sidewalks, 8 feet sidewalks, 10 feet sidewalks, which are all magnitudes improvement over the 6 feet we have now. And I think that allowing the higher possibilities of B and C mean that we're actually going to be able to get the benefits we want, including wider sidewalks, better visibility, and a better life experience overall. So I'm voting B or C.
Thank you, Ari, appreciate it. Sean Began.
Will also be option A. I think I've been option A since this process began several weeks ago. And I believe option A was the height, the proposed heights that came out of the City Council Permanent Planning Committee. So that was the original proposal that came out of the City Council Committee. I think it made sense then. Chairman Carr had recommended some higher limits, but I think I heard him say he's kind of taking a step back from that now. So the sponsor of the higher limits is, I think, withdrawing that. So I would say maybe everyone should follow his lead and just stick with the 3+1, which was what originally came out of the City Council to the Community Development Board.
I think he had a great idea.
It's tough to put the genie back in the bottle sometimes, isn't it? Okay, so that leaves me, obviously, the 3+1 seems to be the consensus. I was definitely, even though I proposed it, the option 4, and withdrew it, basically the 5-story, and I was convinced, largely by Emily more than anyone else, is that it just seemed like most of those sites couldn't make it work. You know, and I didn't think there was a lot of value in that. That's how I took it. I am open to option C, but I greatly prefer option A, just because, again, I think it's a reasonable height, a reasonable massing, and it doesn't greatly change the character of the neighborhood, which I think is numerous people have brought up. And I think you can imagine a 4-story building on Boston Ave without a lot of imagination. It's you see it all over, and it's not going to be. Remember, it's 4/10 of what Tufts is building now. You know, it's a small fraction. It wouldn't tower over you. It would still allow plenty of sunlight. It would be very pleasant. A lot of Medford Square is like that now. Think of the Bigelow building. I think it's 5 stories, but it feels human scale. So I'm definitely in the option A with my colleagues. I'm open to C, but if I had to choose, I would choose A. So I think that's just, that's where we are.
Can we live with A? I heard some A's, some B's and C's on the council. Sounds like we have a pretty solid A for the Community Development Board. Councilor Lemming?
Yeah, again, my only concern with this is, again, the letter that we were getting from Tufts that said that with option A, and this is what changed my view on it. With option A, we basically wouldn't be able to get anything done with Hillside Hardware. The incentives for development just wouldn't be there. That's really my concern with this. I just don't want to pass zoning and still have the storefront that folks have rightfully complained about the most in the area be unchanged.
Any other comments from members of the council? Councilor Scarpelli?
Can someone just share what the height by footage would be, 3+1, and what the height by footage, 4+1?
Sorry. Yeah, the 3+1 it's 50, right? Yeah, it's 50.
50 feet width, okay.
It's 38.
50, we confirm it's 50 for 3+1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For 3+1.
Yeah.
And what's the 4+1?
Another 10. So we would say 62, the potential for allowing some flexibility for a pitched roof or for a higher ground-to-ground,
Thank you.
or a floor-to-floor for the ground.
Do we have any further comments by members of the council on the option for BA1? George?
No, I'm sorry. No, that's all I had. I think that I was with the 3+1
Right. Is
option A.
there a motion? Councillor Callahan?
I would make the motion.
Yeah, I would prefer that we do pass some zoning, right? And we can talk about process later. I don't want to get into that right now since we are putting it off, but I would prefer that we pass something. I mean, I would certainly rather that it was the corners, option C, but I mean, I'm okay with option A. I fear that if in this area, which has the least amount of shadows and is already a commercial corridor, and which I think is also busy and would be fantastic for the mixture of residential and business, that if we're not upzoning anything here, then we're not going to in either of the other places. So that's my only concern, is if we're not, the voters, not just voters, I think the residents of the city have talked about housing and the lack of appropriate housing and the, the data on our need for housing that is a different, that's not 5 bedrooms and 6 bedrooms, that, the need for different kind of housing that we have in the city is real. And, it's been 40 years, we haven't passed any zoning. So, my concern is that let's not talk about passing stuff in September or putting it off, but even if we pass stuff today, I'm okay if we do the least amount, but I just feel like it's not really answering what I think that residents want. So, I could go with A if that's our only option. I think going with C gives a little bit more options on the corners. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think going back to the process question, it sounds like if we're in consensus tonight, there's a possibility that we move forward into the technical and finalization phase after tonight. It sounds like if we're not in consensus tonight, then we're not moving forward into any phase until September. So that seems to be the choice on the table. So I heard a motion from Councillor Scarpelli to move forward with option A, 3+1 for BA1. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mullane. Mr. Clerk, if you would call the roll for the City Council.
Councilor Callahan. Councilor Lemming.
No.
Councilor Mullane.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
Councilor Singh is absent. Vice President Lazaro. She's actually not here. She's absent. And President Beers.
Yes. Is that a
4,
4-1-2? Yes, right, okay. 4 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 2 absent. Chair Carr.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for BA1, option A. Second, I'll call the roll. John Anderson is absent. Sean Began. Yes. Paige Baldini. Yes. Dina Colagero. Yes. Ari Goffman-Fishman.
Yes.
And myself, Doug Carr, yes. The motion passes 5-0 with 1 abstention. We have consensus.
All right, let's move to BA2.
Just clear that. So BA2, we had 4 scenarios. It was the 4+2, so the higher scenario is always to the middle with Boston Avenue on one side here, and with the rail track on the other side. And the shorter scenarios are always Winchester Street here and the two church properties here. So option A is 4+2 and 3+1. Option B is 4+2 and 4+1. Option C is 4+3 in the center and 3+1. And option D is 4+3 and 4+1. So effectively, to simplify it, in the center between Boston Avenue and the rail, it's either 4+2 or 4+3. For the two sort of side areas, it's always 3+1 or 4+1. So I'll take you through so you can see it up close. So again, this line here, this is Boston Avenue. These are the newer residential buildings here, and this is the rail line. This is Winchester Street along here, and then these are the two St. Clement parcels here. So you can see the 4+2 and the 3+1, the 4+2 and the 4+1, the 4+3 and the 3+1, and the 4+3 and the 4+1. I'm happy to go back through any of those.
We have a discussion from members of the council. Councilor Mullane.
Emily, can you tell me what is the current zoning for this area too?
We're just going to, yeah, this is industrial. So the area where the four buildings in this cluster are, that's currently industrial.
Okay.
And the other side, we're just double checking the map further up. Actually, just go to there and click on that. We're going to the interactive map to confirm.
Thank you.
So
I
for all of
apologize.
those of you online, oh, thanks, even better. Okay. It's general residential. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the other. It's general residential for the St. Clements. I don't like saying that it's the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Right up here. It's been a long night. Thank you, Paige. You know, some people just saying, being helpful.
Thank you.
And the footage for all three, because I'm looking at, my concern again is what we're hearing, and you're talking about directly 2, 4, 6, possibly 8, 9 homes on Winchester Street, that the higher we go, it would look like we eliminate so much natural light. To me, it would be concerning. So, you know, I'm going to stick with my trend in these two areas with option A, I believe. If you go back to option A for me.
Take us back to option A, yep.
If you can show us. Yeah, see, so 4+2, 3+1. Could you explain that on the Winchester Street side?
In terms of the number of feet?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 4+1 we have is 62. That's the 5 stories. So 4 at 50 feet and then the additional 12. Now, we have been discussing at the table here, we've been doing our calculations with a 12-foot floor to floor for residential because we also wanted to give some allowance for a pitched roof, but it is more common for residential floor to floor to be 10 feet. So we could reduce those heights, the heights that we've calculated in the past, to be a 10-foot residential floor to floor.
Okay, that would be.
We can do those calculations now, councilors. We, as you all debate and then give them to you.
And we're talking about a 14-foot commercial first floor? Yeah.
Yeah, 14-foot ground floor for commercial, yep.
So it'd be basically for the Winchester side, it'd be 44 feet under that.
Okay.
under this option A.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's where I feel comfortable. So I would feel comfortable with option A.
I have one, if we could go to option C for a second. I think this is an interesting one because I think it meets Councilor Scarpelli, what you're talking about on the Boston Ave, St. Clements properties and the Winchester Street properties. But I don't know that 4+2 or 4+3 on that, on the Erickson Fuel and the Titan Gas, I don't know that there's much impact of the difference in those two things. And I think
That's a good point.
I think that option C, we could meet the kind of neighborhood transition question that you're bringing up, but keep the 4+3 on those two lots because it's just surrounded by either tall things or a Tufts engineering or a rail track.
That's a great point, Mr. President. I would feel comfortable with this option as well. I think I'm just more concerned with the residential side of Winchester.
Do we have any further discussion from the council, or do we have a motion for the BA2 option?
BA2. Option C then.
On the motion of Councilor Scarpelli, seconded by you want it? On the motion of Councilor Mullane, seconded by Councilor Callahan, to move with BA2 option C. Yeah, I mean, oh, probably right. We'll take the vote after you guys. Yes. Sorry, Doug.
That's okay. I just don't want to have fighting motions if we can avoid it. So I guess I'm going to, again, turn to the CD board in terms of asking what you guys are thinking. Sounds like you're in deep conversation already. Okay.
Just say it out loud for open meeting law purposes.
Yes, that wasn't a quorum, don't worry.
It is, well.
Who would like to go first?
So option A, 4+2 in the center, 3+1 on the sides. Option B, 4+2 in the center, 4+1 on the sides. Option C, 4+3 in the center, 3+1 on the sides. And option D, 4+3 in the center, 4+1 on the sides. Just move it back. And I'm just going to move it back to the tiles so you can have them all at once.
Go ahead, Dina.
Emily, I'm sorry, could you just do the shadow study for option C for me? And I'm looking at Winchester Street too. Yep.
So we only did the shadow studies for the shortest and the
Right.
tallest option. So option C is not the
Okay,
tallest
then that's
option.
fine. Okay,
So-
there was one of the shadow studies that I saw. There was lots of shading on the residential area across the
Right.
street.
So that was
I
probably
agree. I'm going to
scenario
go.
D.
Right, I'm going to go with option C.
Emily, if I could just chime in about what we just talked about with the floor-to-floor heights. I'm getting a slightly different number from the buildings that my firm has built in this city over the last 15 years. We tend to do 10-foot 18-inch trusses, 9-foot ceilings, because that's the market standard, and a little bit of tolerance for the floors. So we actually go to 11 just to give us some play. I don't know what you would be using for a structural system for a 10, but it would be very thin, and I think it's more conservative just to use 11, if that's what I always use when I'm planning a building.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. So we're
Okay.
going to calculate those in a spreadsheet. I think we've been waiting to understand which stories you have before calculating. We had made some recommendations previously, but then we had all these options, so we didn't
Right.
calculate the
No,
floor to
it-
floor, but the
it's
options. But
completely
we're happy
fair.
to use 11.
I also think the flexibility of, if you're doing 10, 10, 8, and then 11, I do not build buildings for a living, but given my many, many zoning meetings and having Doug here next to me, it would seem to me that if we stuck at the 12 and the person said I would like to build 11-foot stories, they will do that, and that might be the most economical option for them. But that if we kept it at 10 or 11 and they said, well, I can't make this building work unless it's 11 foot 3 inches, then that's probably a barrier that we're putting into the zoning for no reason, because they're probably going to build 11-foot stories anyway. So that's just something I want to.
Right. And the reality is that these are wood frame buildings sitting on a concrete or steel podium. Either when you say 7 stories, you're talking about 5 stories of wood over 2 stories of steel or concrete podiums. And when you're talking about a 4 stories, I think you're talking about a 3/1, which is not actually that common a type, but it could be slab on grade too, if it's a big enough site. So I agree with Zach that we a little bit flexibility, which I think we're doing by making 11, doesn't really change the massing and scale. It just gives flexibility for reality for construction.
And I was saying I don't think there's a huge difference between 11 and 12, and I think we probably want to stick. We had it at 12 originally.
So, if I may clarify, so we usually do for a mixed-use building 14 in the lowest level and then 12 for the higher levels, just to allow for that flexibility, something that we have seen in other communities to be doing that calculation of heights. We are happy to review those, but we recommend that height.
Yeah, and I think if that's the recommendation, and we're talking about 44, 47, or 50 feet, right, at 10, 11, and 12. And it sounds like even if we were to allow 12, Doug's experience is that many of these are 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So
Dina.
just a point of clarification. So when we're voting on the options, we're also considering the maximum heights too, right, of the buildings. So for BA2, 70 feet?
So to clarify, we are looking at both the stories and the number of feet in order to govern the height. That is correct.
Okay. So when you showed us the different options, I'm assuming the tallest building for BA2 is 70 feet, correct?
Not for BA2 option C. That 7-story would have to be more than 70 feet because for the 11 in the ground floor would be taller. It would be closer to 80, I would think.
So you'd have 14 plus, for a 7-story building, you would have 14 plus 6 times 12.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
At 86,
And
exactly.
And the
Okay,
code
got it.
limit is 85.
Right.
So they're going to be 85.
So it'd be 86, 85, got it.
85.
Okay, good.
But just on those 2 parcels that
Yeah.
Right, or right up against the tracks. Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. I'm still option C.
You're still option C. Okay, thank you. Paige, you want to go next? Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to be annoying. I know we're not supposed to talk about other things, but as we are talking about height, will we have an opportunity to talk about setbacks? Because when I look at that, which I know these are just ideas, it's so close to Winchester Street. That's what makes me nervous with a setback. And on this table, the setback is 0 to 20, side and rear is 0. So are we going to talk about that another time, or should I make my just height decision?
Well, tell us your concerns. You're saying that the middle buildings, which are the tallest in this zone, you're concerned about them casting shadow onto Winchester Street, even though they're lower
or
buildings?
just where they're oriented, which again maybe is just to show us, but it's another tight street.
Just to clarify, are you talking about the buildings that are on Winchester, like this, the right side of the diagram?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. Only because my daughter does gymnastics there, so like obviously we're there every day. I walk that block every Tuesday. We're taking a break for the summer, but those houses are right there too. So I know that depending upon the height, we'd be mindful because this is a residential area, so different than on BA1. So we'd be mindful of the 45-degree angle. Okay.
I have a clarifying, if you don't mind, Emily.
Yeah.
It looks like the building furthest south, or the most to the right and down, is set back from Winchester Street some amount but then the building at the corner of Boston, or at Harvard and Winchester is not setback from Winchester. Could you maybe go into that a little bit more?
Yeah, so just to be mindful, we do require that the sidewalk is a minimum of 12, which at the moment is not. So it will be almost double the size, and then you can build 0 lot line, but you always need to give that 12-foot sidewalk. We showed just the minimum and the maximum. So the one that is on the northern part is at that like 0 lot line. And the other one is the 20-foot setback, which in this case, what we require is you can build up until 20 if you activate. So if you put some landscape, you do some terrace, you do something. So there is, what we showed is those two options mainly.
Okay, thank you. So I will go with option C. Thank you.
Option C. Emily, is it a possibility that that top incentive floor on both the St. Clements side of Boston Ave and now the Winchester side, which are the same, many other places in the zoning, I think to your credit, you're proposing that the incentive floor does have a little bit of setback, and I wonder if that would kind of get you where you're looking to go, Paige.
So that's correct. The step back at the upper floors was originally proposed at 6. We tested it in the BA3. It's starting at 5 stories. So these are the 3+1 is 4 stories. So currently, as the zoning is written, it wouldn't apply, but that's certainly something that you could discuss as an option.
I think it might get a few people over the line here, as the sense I'm getting. It's not a huge ask, but it does break down that mass. It does allow that it is south-facing directly on Winchester Street. It should help.
I do wonder if, given the height, doing the step back, again, I don't build buildings, but it might be easier to just say instead of 0 to 20, have it be like a 6 to 20. And that, it seems to me that setting it back at the first floor would be less costly to the builder than building a 4th floor at 6 feet step back from a structural perspective. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, especially if we're only going to do 4 floors here, like, I don't think putting a step back on that 4th floor, I just think that people won't use it. So if we're worried about it, maybe we just do it at the ground floor. And maybe we do it just from Winchester Street, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I think, I believe that we are all in agreement that we would prefer, for a 4-story building, we would prefer a deeper setback and not doing the step back. Yeah.
I think, you good with that, Paige? Okay.
No, we're trying to step forward.
I can't wait for this to be midnight.
No, we're still 9 o'clock. We got this, guys.
Okay, you're all set. Okay, Ari, do you want to make your opinion known, please?
Speak for yourself, George.
Ari, are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Oh, very good. Where do you stand?
I had been between a few options, but seeing the consensus around C, I don't have an objection to that being the consensus. I'm okay with C, and the discussion of the change setback also makes sense. So that works.
Very good. Thank you much. Sean Began.
Yeah, C is not with me. I think President Beer put it very well, why that option C makes a lot of sense.
Okay. And this is going to be an easy one for me. I'm going with my board. I think I do think there's great value in option C. I think it does protect both the neighborhoods. It protects Bristol Road. It protects. It's not shown here, but the St. Clements High School, I think, will have the same fate as the buildings shown, the 2 smaller buildings shown to the south on Boston Ave, the elementary and the rectory potentially. I know these are just theoretical, but I think St. Clemens Road, which is the gently arced street on the left side of this diagram, will greatly benefit from just having a 4-story building. It's only a little taller than what's there now. I think their quality of life in their neighborhood will be protected but enhanced by this change. So I am also on option C for the BA2.
We had a motion by Councilor Mullane, seconded by Councilor Callahan for option C. Sounds like maybe like a minor amendment that the setback on Winchester Street wouldn't be 020, it'd be 6, but on the Winchester Street.
Deeper.
Yeah, all right, great. Is that an acceptable amendment? Councilor Mullane, great. So on the motion of Councilor Mullane, seconded by Councilor Callahan, as amended by Councilor Mullane by acclamation. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Genius.
Councilor Callahan. Yes. Councilor Lemming.
Yes.
Councilor Mullane. Yes. Councilor Scarpelli. Councilor Singh is still absent. Vice President Lazaro is absent. And President Beers.
Yes, 5 in the affirmative, 2 absent. The motion passes. Chair Carr.
I'll entertain a motion for BA2 to be option C, the 4+3 and the 3+1, as amended by the City Council in the previous motion. And second, I'll call the roll. John Anderson is absent. Sean Began? Yes. Paige Boldini? Yes. Dina Colagero? Ari Goffman-Fishman?
Yes.
Thank you. And myself, Doug Carr, yes. The motion passes 5-0 with 1 abstention.
All right. BA3. And since this has come up a couple times, could we just say what the existing zoning is now and what the existing height, that maximum height allowed by the zoning is now, both in stories and feet?
We are working on the maximum height, even as we speak. Can't take notes and calculate at the same time.
Sorry, no, the current, on the current zoning.
That's not going to be any help whatsoever. It's the O2 district and the C1
And what's
So-
what's the height maximum for those two right now?
right now.
Yeah.
Do we have that? Oh, it's 6 for 1. Yeah? We're just double checking it. Does it have the old? Oh, it does, good. Thank you. See, again, thank you, Paige. C1
Okay,
commercial
Paige is
building.
closest.
Residential building for the C1, residential building 6 stories by right, commercial building 4 stories by right, hotel 15 stories by right, O2 office 2, other permitted structures 6-story by right.
All right, and the feet?
They don't have the feet, you don't have the feet in your current zoning.
Oh, we don't?
No.
Wow.
See?
Can you make the bad old zoning? Well, I think for the O2, it is 6 big stories, and I think that was the intention,
Yeah.
and I think we'd have to look back at it. So.
Sorry, they do have. They just don't have it on the map. You do have it, Danielle? Danielle, is that a technical term? Danielle says that the existing heights are crunched, which we believe is a technical term. If you want to pass it over or tell me, I can give it to them. It's by use, so it'll just take us a second. $75 for the 6 stories. $85 for the O2. Because it's the labs, the O2 6 stories is $85 and $75 for the C1 6 stories.
All right. So basically, max heights right here, right now are
75 to 85.
feet under the current zoning,
Yes, except for that hotel.
which is 150, 200 feet.
140.
Oh, darn.
So just to confirm, the options for consideration, option A is the 5+2, option B, the 6+1, option C, the 6+2, and then, of course, we have that variation that we're showing for discussion of 5 stories only on North Street, which we're showing in each of these. So I'll just go through again. Option A, 5 stories plus 2 incentive. Option B, 6 stories plus 1 incentive, so the same height, and then 6 stories plus 2 incentive. Okay, and I'm told it is 86 for the 7 stories, which would be option A and B, and 92 for the 8 stories, which is option C.
Great. I will go to Councillor Scarpelli, and then, wrong one. Councillor Scarpelli, and then Councillor Callahan.
Thank you, and I know I'm very cognizant right now with the height, because I think that's one of the biggest concerns that we heard, both the height and the parking. I think Chair Carr mentioned that in that area, there is ample parking, but for the, and correct me if I'm wrong, if that's what I heard, but either the 5.2 or 6.1, we're looking at an increase of possibly just 1 foot. So it's not, because I think we've all heard the fear that 10 stories and it's going to tower over. I think that, Member Baldini mentioned that, the setbacks now, I think that's a great question. So understanding the setbacks in that neighborhood as well, in those areas with the 5.2 and 6.1. I personally am going to stay away from the 6.2. So my option would be with the 5, either the A or B, but it would help if we understood the setbacks so we know what the shading would be, because I think, that you're not going to see much of a drastic difference at 86 feet to what is already there, so.
That's a great question, Counselor. So right now, these setbacks are, first of all, to set back to create the 12-foot sidewalk. And then after that, it is the 0 to 20. So they could build on that lot line once the sidewalk is widened, because that widening happens on the private property. And then from there, they could build up, or they could set back up to another 20 feet in order to do the activation that Paula spoke about earlier.
Okay, just to help people understand, so this could be actually set further back than what the existing building is now?
It could be set, we're just going to double check the measurements to make sure, to be able to answer that question of what the existing buildings are, because you have an excellent point that there is an existing 5-story on the lot that we chose. But that is further in, so we're just going to measure that.
Are you talking about the existing 5-story Elizabeth Grady building?
Yeah.
Because that's nowhere
Yeah,
near
that's
that.
further back than 20 feet
That's like
now.
100 feet back, isn't it?
Sorry?
Isn't it more than 100 feet back from the sidewalk?
It's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't have
yeah.
this question. That's a good catch.
No, not that one. How far back is that one? Yeah, it looks about, we're just double checking. I think we're talking about 2 different buildings. 64 and what on the other end?
Abutting North Street with the houses, when the shading comes over to the houses, is that North Street?
So we have one building, the building that is closest, it's parallel to North Street, and it is closest to the rail track. It's actually slanted compared to the street line, so at one end, it's about 30 feet back, and at the other end, it's about 60 feet back. And then there's another building that's set in a little bit further as you get closer to Boston Avenue, but still, if you're measuring from Boston Avenue, it's right up against the sidewalk, but from North Street, it's set back.
So you know, the existing footage is acceptable for options A and B, but my fear in not understanding really the difference of setback, I know that Chair Carr, you know, sharing that 100 feet, it makes a huge difference, especially when you look at the residential homes on North and Boston Ave. So why don't you move on to someone else, Council Bears, while I think. I'm going to need a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to see if I'm understanding correctly. We have two choices that have 2 floors of incentives, and if I'm correct, that means like the community is getting something for those 2 floors. So I would lean toward A or C, because both of those, in order to get the height, require for them to do something for the community. So that's kind of my preference, if I'm understanding that correctly. Thanks.
And just to confirm, yes, the incentive floors do require that the developer provide a community benefit from that menu of choices that we looked at. So you're correct. In option A and C, option C has the higher ultimate height if the incentives are realized, but they are both 2 floors of incentives. Option B is a single incentive floor.
Any other councilors with questions on BA3 or opinions? Councilor Mullane.
Just quickly, in option C, the 6+2, you said that's 92 feet, and right now it's 85 feet, so we're just talking a little bit of difference, but more benefit with the added incentive. Is that what I'm hearing? Sorry.
We actually corrected it just as the mics went off last time. It's 98, not 92.
Okay.
So it's 80, 86, the code's
86 to
85
98,
on
yeah.
A and B, and then 98 on C.
98
and
on
the current
C.
zoning is 85 in the O2, 75 in the C1 for residents.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Option B was my idea. If you just want to get rid of it, that's fine.
I'm not sure that's helping you. It's all right. I already had my version go down tonight, so don't worry about it.
It's the role of the chair.
Yes. So you're done on,
I think I do have an opinion.
please.
I'm fine with option A or option B. It sounds like there's a general preference on the council for option A versus option B. I'm fine with either one of those.
Okay. All right, moving to the CD board. Who would like to be the first victim here to offer their opinion? Go ahead, Paige.
Quick question, Pachyderm Place, how high is that?
That is 107 feet tall.
107 feet tall.
10 stories.
10 stories.
Yep.
Okay, and so the 98 would be?
It's 9 feet less.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go with option A, specifically what you also mentioned, Councilor Callahan. I love incentivized. I'm hopeful we fix the affordable table. And I know we will, because I think that's an excellent option, and not to be the person that keeps going on the lower floors, because we do need housing. But this board, I think, is really trying our best to help with housing production and massing. So option A for me, please.
Okay. Thank you, Paige. Dina, would you like to go next?
Comfortable. A or B with me as well. I think B might be better, but I could be persuaded either way.
Okay.
I'll go B.
Okay, thank you. Ari, can you go next, please?
Sure. I like option A with option C as my second choice. I think that we can handle a good amount of height here. And if we're doing it, we should be maximizing community benefit. I think having 2 floors of incentive zoning is significantly preferable to 1, and I'm fine with A if that's the preference.
Thank you, Ari. Sean Began.
I would be at an option C on this zone, and my reason would be that it's currently zoned for 6 stories by right in that area. And then the I'm okay with you earning 2 incentive floors above that. And I think floors 5 and above are going to be set back based on the current zoning proposal. So I would be okay with option C here.
Okay. Dina, you had another comment?
Oh, yeah, and each of those recommendations would go with some type of setback. So we're talking about the 12-foot sidewalk at the front of Boston Avenue, and then the additional 8 feet up to 20, right, to make it a 20 feet setback.
Good question to clarify. So the first step is to get that 12-foot sidewalk. Then they could build right there. So just say that, as with the previous example, they had to set back 6 feet in order to get a 12-foot sidewalk. They could have a 0 setback there, or they could choose to do another 20 feet in order to activate the area.
So in that case, they could build like a plaza or some active front to make it appealing and not like a box.
Yes, they could step it back to do that.
Box. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just say my own personal opinion is I tend to lean towards A. I think I always thought that a 7-story building, if well designed on that corner, that respected that corner and tried to not put as much mass as they can just through the shape of the building. There are options. I know this is just a diagram, so this is not what the building is going to look like, but it's a useful diagram to kind of see what a bulk of the building could be. But I think there's a way forward with that site that would be actually quite a good design. It's big enough for whatever the use is. So I'm definitely on the option A side. I just think C is a bridge too far myself. It's just too close to what Tufts is, and I know it's only a little bit less, but to me, it will be far less oppressive if it's well designed. So that's where I stand. So, time for motions.
I heard A lot. Is there a motion for the city council on the BA3? Oh, Councilor Lemming.
Oh, yes.
Thanks, George. I didn't see that.
No, sorry, I'm kind of sleepy right now, but I was just sort of staring, so I figured I'd chime in since I've been didn't do that. No, I mean personally, I'd agree with Sean on this one and say C would be my my first preference, given given the heights that are currently in that area, and the fact that we really do need development in the city. That's how I feel, but I'm fine with A personally.
All right. Do we have a motion? Councilor Callahan? No.
Yeah.
Deft touch.
Move that we approve option A.
On the motion of Councilor Callahan to do option A for the BA3, seconded by Councilor Scarpelli. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll for the city council.
Councilor Callahan. Councilor Lemming.
Yes.
Councilor Mullane.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli. Yes. Councilor Singh is absent. Vice President Nazaro is absent. And President Bears.
Yes. 5 in the affirmative, 2 absent. The motion passes. So that's BA1, BA2, BA3. Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'll entertain a motion mirroring what the city council just voted for the BA3 at 5+2. And seconded. Second. John Anderson absent. Sean Began.
Yes.
Paige Boldini. Yes. Dina Calgero. Ari Goffman Fishman.
Yes.
And myself, Doug Carr, yes, 5-0, 1 abstention. Motion passes.
So that's BA1, BA2, BA3. Good job, everybody. We did good. We still have a few more things to do. I was wondering if we could just take a vote to say that the recommendation should include an updated affordability incentive and just make it clear. I think we all agree on that, but I don't think it hurts to just put it out there.
Emily, you had a comment?
No, I was just being preemptive, so I do have a question, but not on this.
About the affordability incentive?
Nope, that's what I was
Great.
saying.
Okay,
I was waiting for the next thing to come up.
Great.
Go ahead.
So maybe we could just quickly put that in. I think it makes a lot of sense so that we want whatever the CDB recommendation that comes back on Boston Ave to include a fix to the affordability incentive issue. Is there a motion on the council for that? On the motion of Councilor Callahan, seconded by Councilor Mullane. Councilor Lemming, do you have discussion on that?
On the affordability incentive, not that specifically, so I can wait.
Okay, great. So we have that motion that we would like the CDB recommendation to include a fix on the affordability incentive. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Callahan. Councilor Lemming.
Yes.
Councilor Mullane. Yes. Councilor Scarpelli. Yes. Councilor Singh is absent. Vice President Nazaro absent. President Beers.
Yes. 5 in the affirmative, 2 absent. Chair Carr.
Yes, I'll entertain a motion for the Community Development Board to endorse the affordability fix as previously noted and the incentives. By Sean Began, second. Second from Paige Baldini. I'll call the roll. John Anderson, absent. Sean Began. Yes. Paige Baldini. Yes. Dina Colagero. Yes. Ari Goffman-Fishman.
Yes.
And myself, Doug Carr, yes. The motion passes 5-0. 1 abstention. 1 absent, sorry.
Great. All right. Do we have anything further? Emily, did you have a question on heights, boundaries, or dimensional before we move on to purpose-built student housing?
I have no question on those. I do have a question on boundaries.
Boundaries.
So I just wanted to know if that was going to be part of tonight's discussion.
For BA1.
BA1 and BA2, I assume that you have accepted the St. Clements
Yes.
properties.
Yes.
So yeah, it's just BA1.
Yeah, so I think for BA2, we included those St. Clements properties. And
Right.
for
BA3, we took out
we
Walking
excluded
Court.
Walking Court. It's BA1.
Yes.
I mean, we didn't just necessarily decide. My personal feeling on it, and I can go to counselors and I can go to you guys, is if we're keeping the lower heights, let's keep the boundaries as they were proposed. That's my personal opinion. I don't know if, yeah. This is for BA1. There was a proposed boundaries reduction that had been tossed around. I think we should leave it as is. All right.
Oh.
Seems general consensus in the council, leave it as is.
Sure.
CD board, and if we need a motion, we'll take a vote.
Okay. What are folks' thoughts on the boundaries for the BA1?
Yep, I can.
Yeah, it's probably worth putting on screen, Emily, just so people can get the graphic representation of it.
Just one moment.
Councilor Lemming? Matt, is that an old hand?
Well, I mean, yeah, this was the 2 boundaries issues were the exact things that I was going to ask about and just request, request a vote on those.
Council said we're good with original boundaries on BA1, so if we have to come back and vote on it, but the CD board's talking right now.
So just to explain this, the red dotted dash lines here are the parcels that were proposed to be taken out. The green is the original boundaries. So it's just these areas with the red dash lines that were proposed to be removed from the original boundary.
So I'd like to just engage on this a little bit more. I've actually done a little bit of more, based on the conversation we had at the last meeting. I actually spoke to a real estate person evaluating those properties. And this is a person I've known for many years, and she didn't think there was an economic way to really develop those to a 4-story height, given that every one of those buildings is worth at least $1 million, and some of them are condoized, which you mentioned at the last meeting, which I think is why you referred to them as probably not a short-term development potential, right? I don't know if that's the exact term you, but that's what you meant, right? So I personally have actually changed my mind on this because I actually don't think it's going to happen. I think we're zoning something for something that will probably not happen in at least 20 years, if ever, because to assemble 5 or 6 of those properties at over $1 million, tear them down, build a 4-story building with parking, you're not going to make a dime. I just don't see it happening for almost every single one of those properties. So I guess my opposition, which I had in the previous meetings, was largely about the character of the neighborhood, but I just don't think it's going to happen because the numbers the evaluation with a real estate person who crunches these numbers every single day, she just doesn't think it's going to happen in a long time. It's just economically, the other parts we talked about, because they're larger sites, because they're bigger lots, I think they're easier for the rest of the BA1, largely. But the area outlined in the red dash line, I just don't see those triple deckers in many of those buildings changing for decades. That's my evolved opinion, if you will. Anyway, I would reach out to the CD board and see if they have any thoughts either way. Dina?
I liked your when you proposed the change in the boundaries. I was with you. I felt that was right. But after you just persuaded me after looking into it a little bit deeper and speaking to real estate, and I think I'm fine with keeping the boundaries as is. I will go along with that.
Appreciate it. I wouldn't propose it if I thought the neighborhood would be damaged by it. I just don't think it will.
I think your logic is compelling, and I think that sounds fine to me.
Thank you, Dina. Paige, would you like to go next?
I agree. And thank you, Doug, for explaining that, because you had explained it before, and I appreciate that. So agreed.
Okay. Ari,
I'm fine with that.
you're fine with the original boundaries?
Yep.
Thank you. And Sean?
Fine with the lower heights. I'm fine with the original boundaries because I don't think the heights are going to be at any point in the future much higher than what's there now.
Okay, thank you, Sean. So,
I think we're good.
I think we're good.
Yeah. Boundaries done.
Do we need a motion?
No, I don't think I think we're not changing anything.
Not changing.
So,
Okay.
yeah. All right. I think that leaves us with the purpose-built student housing as the last kind of big thing on the plate. You guys talked about it. What?
Yeah.
You guys talked about it a lot last night. I don't know if you have opinions. We took a review at the presentation tonight. I don't know if we want to start. I think we could go either way. I don't know if, yeah, we can start with the CD board, it looks like.
Maybe Sean, could you, you're the one who actually drafted the original language and did a lot of the wordsmithing and editing. Maybe you could take the lead on this one.
So again, Alicia did a very nice job of kind of setting out what this use is and what it's intended to be at the beginning of the meeting. But just to recap, so essentially this is, you could think of it as a dormitory, but a privately owned, tax generating building. for students with some exceptions. And what we're trying to do in regards to the students is limit it mostly to students who are enrolled in a college in Medford or Somerville. There's only one college I know of in Medford or Somerville, so essentially it would be, we're trying to get tough students out of the neighborhoods, free up some of the 2 and 3 family houses that they're now occupying, and get them into a larger, more traditional type dormitory setting. We did build in a number of safeguards, and I think those will be useful for the Community Development Board when they're evaluating, you know, if a proposal comes forward on this use. Those will be helpful, and they'll be helpful going forward. One of the things that I wanted to add, either probably into the definition perhaps, was just, I think that there should be an allowed retail use on the first floor of these buildings in the event that the developer wanted to put in a cafe or put in some retail use. That might be nice both for the residents and for the neighborhood. So I think that should be included because this is not a mixed-use development, it's its own purpose-built housing. So I think we would need, and Emily can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we should make some specific allowance. Oh, she left. Paula can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we should make some specific allocation for a retail use. And then Alicia had mentioned inclusion, that if they lost the use, that they'd be subject to all the zoning ordinances, including inclusionary housing, but I don't think we have in here that they're excluded from inclusionary housing, which we should probably mention, and which may also exclude them from some incentives for the affordable housing incentives as well. So they'd have to go look at other incentives.
So yes, so we were just sort of discussing that. Sorry that we have been back chattering, but we're trying to be as efficient with your time as possible. So we're trying to work some things out over here. I firmly believe that they should not do inclusionary housing because in order to do inclusionary housing, you have to be on the state list. To be on the state list, you have to do a public lottery, and you can have no restrictions about who's eligible to live there other than income. So for Medford's inclusionary housing, you don't want randomly lotteried people in that are not students into these units. That would not be appropriate. So we, do think it needs to be exempted from inclusionary housing, with the caveat that if it ever became multifamily, it would absolutely have to do it. That means they cannot take that incentive, and it does mean that we were looking to see, well, what could they do? And we are, of course, looking at the BA3 area. That area, it's very easy for them to do. There's a half story for parking underneath and behind. That's very easy for them to get. We would expect any building there, frankly, to be doing that. The other thing is that we think a pocket park would be really appropriate because this is such a large parcel, so we think they would take that up on it. Some of the others are for putting some plaza area and seating, like some amenities that's available to the public, so that also seems very reasonable for them to be putting in there. So those were sort of the other things that seemed reasonable, is that the development provide a minimum of 50% of the ground floor rents, meaning commercial rents, at no less than 15% below market for a minimum tenancy of 3 years for non-commercial or for non-residential tenants. So basically, we also think giving discounted rents to the commercial or nonprofits is also something they could take up on that. So we do see that there are a bunch of options there that a project like that could take up. I believe that one of the reasons for wanting to do this, the student housing, would be because they would save money on not having to do affordable housing. We have had the Tough Storm, as part of their agreement with the city of Medford, provided a payment to the Affordable Housing Trust, sort of as in lieu, because obviously they would never do affordable housing in a tough storm. So we haven't talked about anything like that, but requiring some sort of payment to the trust is not a crazy idea. We would definitely need some time to do math to figure out what would be an appropriate number. Or you could just say, we actually need the student housing, so let's not worry about that. If it ever becomes an apartment building, then they have public housing. So I think I answered even more than your question.
Yes, yeah, no, that was great. I didn't have anything else, Doug.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah. Do we have questions from city councilors at this time on the proposed purpose-built student housing use? Yeah. Or thoughts or comments? Do we have a motion? Councilor Scarpelli.
I think that, like I said earlier, the work last night by the Community Development Board and our team, I think that eliminating what we can eliminate and what we can control, I think we put in some safeguards that that I thought that adding those in, the review every year and making sure they're in compliance, I think that really prepares the process of oversight, and I think that that's key. But I think that the biggest question is, as we move forward with this process, there might be more that we can add to these processes, these mandates. Would that end tonight, or could we have option to look into that? Like, I know I said that, I know that, although the gentleman from Tufts came up and said that Tufts doesn't like it, but it's going to happen, so maybe as part of the management process, understanding the process and policies of what Tufts mandates and or Harvard mandates, that part of the management plan, whatever is required by the management team, the more stringent rule applies, but still has to fulfill what each individual academic institution that they represent that comes in. So I think that's my process right now, is understanding if we can really do more as we go along, because I think that what we heard is great, but there's also, that's why keeping the public portion open until maybe going through the incentive process gives us that ability. But that was my 2 cents, Mr. Beers, and I know it's getting late, Councilor President, so I'm starting to ramble.
I mean, it sounded like you want to give some direction to PDS and the zoning consultants around maybe adding some additional requirements on the management plan.
Well, I think my opinion right now is keeping that open, at least until we go through the incentive to see what we think of, because what we heard tonight was great, but there might be more. So I think that having that opportunity would be helpful. Does that make sense? Like it's just 11 o'clock when all day that's the stop.
We were here till midnight last night. All right, sounds like take a little more time is what Councilor Scarpelli is saying. Do we have other comments from members of the council? Take a little more time with the management plan. All right. Councilor Callahan, Councilor Mullane, Councilor Lemming. Councilor Lemming.
So, the motion to move forward with this would just be to include the definition for sorry, it's really late for me. for a purpose-built housing into the use tables.
Yep, and it sounded like Councilor Scarpelli wants to continue to discuss the management plan as well, or like see if there's additional conditions for the management plan. All right. Any further discussion, Councilor Callahan, Councilor Mullane?
Sorry, I felt like the Community Development Board had put together a pretty robust plan on it in the discussion of what they pulled together. So I don't know what more else that would need to be discussed, because it sounded like you already had put a lot of thought and effort into it. So unless I'm missing something, I don't know. That's what it sounded like to me when Sean ran through it.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like the consensus on our end is a motion to move forward with the draft that you guys came up with last night, and with maybe a little bit more detail on the management plan as it relates to interacting with the institutions. All right, that seems where we are, so.
Okay.
Chair Carr.
I had Ari raise her hand. Ari, why don't you go next, and I'll go to Dina after that.
Thank you. And this was just a small note based on what Alicia was just saying about the decreased rents for mixed use on the ground floor. Are there any limits on who's eligible for that? I'm thinking of like the Cummings building had a Starbucks, and while a Starbucks is a neighborhood amenity, I don't feel that they need the decreased rent. So I'd love to be able to encourage local small or nonprofit uses rather than kind of these large chains. If that's feasible.
Yes, Ari, thank you. So there's two incentives related to ground floor uses. One of them is for I'm just pulling it up here, minimum of 50% of the ground floor at rents no less than 15% below market for a minimum tenancy of 3 years to qualified non-residential tenants. This would be nonprofits or local businesses under 10 employees. And then there's how to determine that market rent. And then there was another one, which I'm not seeing directly in front of me, but we had talked about that they would, oh, here it is, rehabilitation project. So this is specific to rehabilitation projects, maintains the pre-construction rent for existing ground floor tenants for 2 years after the post-construction certificate of occupancy has been granted. So that's not specific to any particular business. It's just assuming whoever is there now would get that benefit, where the other one requires that it be qualified to nonprofits or local businesses under 10 employees.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, you know, with the purpose-built student housing, I thought about it a long time, I did. And just as I was thinking about it, on my street, a developer came in, took a two-family house, and they're going to convert it into housing for students in development, not a family. And right now on my street, I have a two-family house, 9 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, absentee landlord, trash, rats. And I'm hoping that this will take some of the students out of the neighborhoods and really bring back some of the family and the really the character that, you know, the street once had. So that is my hope.
Sean, do you have any final comments? You good?
No, I'm good. I think just in regards to...
1 second, Sean.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying, I'm good. Just in regards to Councilor Scarpelli's concern, just keep in mind that this use is subject to CDB approval and special permit, so there'll be an entire separate, probably multiple hearings through the CD board if someone proposes this use.
Right.
Right. Paige, go for it.
Thank you. And I know we didn't talk about it, and we're not going to talk about it, and that's okay. But we did go through, and Director Hunt described, we recommended to remove dormitories, fraternities, and sororities and separate them. And then we gave our comments about no to sororities and fraternities across the district. And then for CBD approval. So I think that's important that we had discussed that as well, as we really thought hard about this.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote on this for both. But I do want to also talk about, there's a lot of cleanup, not just on just some additional language on the purpose-built student housing, but I think, Alicia did a great job summarizing the major comments that we made yesterday, but there were probably a dozen that we didn't even talk about because they were just too small. And there's a lot of administration markup, and I want to call on Danielle and Alicia to talk about like how we would, if we get a consensus here tonight, and we appear to have it on almost everything, which is wonderful, how we clean up everything in a pace that is realistic, that takes into account vacations and summer and all that, but still allows a final version, because anyone watching tonight cannot point to a map that we've seen and voted on. We've voted on 9 different pieces. So there's not a document we have right now. We say, this is what, we know what we're voting on, but we've done it piece by piece.
We just need to put it all together.
We need to put it all together, and that time frame is not going to be by June 30th. It's really not. Thank you for agreeing with that with your laughter. Everyone needs a break. You've been killing yourselves for the last 6 months. I want to get it in a realistic time frame that gives you time to think about it, time to edit it, to ask hard questions, to think of, to fix the problems that we have in Medford Square that you uncovered recently. All that needs to happen and still move this process forward. I'm looking for a path.
Right, and I think and I agree, I want to hear that from everybody. If we have consensus on the major issues, we've heard from the public multiple times, we understand now we need to take all of the aggregated comment and votes tonight and put it into something. That seems to me something that can happen over the summer per the discussions with the mayor. And so that's just where I was coming from on this. Like if we decide, if we were to vote tonight to close the public hearing, and then the CD board said, well, we are going to have a meeting in early August, and Innis and Planning and Development and Sustainability said, we can do putting all of these pieces together into early August. You guys have a meeting at that point with the final draft, with the map, and then you referred recommendations out to us. We actually wouldn't, we could hear those in early August or early September as well. Yeah. I don't know what your schedule is.
It's August 12th is our August meeting. Okay, so that's when it would be, and that's, a reasonable time from now. Enough, I think, to get it done. Do you want to speak, Alicia, rather than miming it?
You guys ready? For Doug's question.
I want to, the process side is over there, right? Like, we can suggest things, but I want to know what's realistic from you guys. So let's talk about that before we.
To know what's realistic from you guys. So we were discussing dates a little bit, and a lot of this is, so if I could say this, if the CD board wants to continue tonight, then you must pick a date certain, and we have to sit here and figure that out. If you want to close it, the public hearing, but then we come back and have another meeting where we say, here are all the changes, this is our recommendations, this is the cleaned up document, and what I'm expecting is that these are not robust changes. These are, you said there should be a setback on Winchester Street. We have to exactly how many feet is that setback? We have some ideas, but we don't think that's substantial. We think that's right. So we have to get those exact words, those numbers and stuff. So I think that's the question, as to which way do you need, if we don't keep the hearing open, then we could just say that we'll bring those back in late July or early August, and we can go away and we can survey the board and find out who's vacationing when and who's available when.
Yep.
To have another meeting. Danielle and I know when our vacations are, but like, you're going to want to have the board there too.
Right, but I guess the piece I want to make sure I feel like I want to give the public an opportunity to look at a final draft
So you want to
plan.
keep it open?
I want
and
to keep
do
it
a-
open, but I want the process to really move forward, to say that we are agreeing, this is what we're agreeing on, so that if you are a developer, you know for certainty that this is coming. We've made the key decisions tonight, but it may not be effective until September 2nd, when we have our first meeting in September. That's our date certain. September 2nd is our
So your intention, so right, so this is
Potentially.
actually possible, that you can continue to a date certain, which is September 2nd. And then you could have working sessions. We could have like 2 meetings with the CD board in between to show you like the details.
Right, and that still gives people an opportunity to
Right.
talk about the purpose-built student housing, to talk about the heights and massing, to make sure that there's not a revolt. Like, I feel like this is a common sense compromise. Like, this is not maximalist. It's a very big proposal, but I feel it's defendable for people who want development, but also want to protect the character of the neighborhoods. I think it does walk that line very well in all 3 zones, all 3 subzones. So,
I would just add that you don't have to have
So assuming July 1st.
a public
is
hearing
not
to have
happening.
public comment. Like, you can have public comment on your recommendations, that's possible as well. Yeah.
but if we did want to keep it open, does it really slow down the process, given the summer, given the schedule we're talking about? I don't feel it's actually, because we're moving down the line with a plan that is being fleshed out and detailed. And I think this board can commit to closing it on September 2nd and referring it to the city board that night. Because I feel you give people 2 months with a finished plans, massing diagrams, final text, and not coming the day before the meeting, but 2 or 3 weeks beforehand, so that you give them every chance, the public, which hasn't, unless they've been up for 40 of the last 48 hours, they probably haven't seen both 4 or 5 hour meetings that have dove into the details of this meeting. I see George wants to.
I'll go to George. I think personally, to me, it's your discretion to go down that path. But we're not around on the 2nd, so we might close. I mean, it seems like there might be energy to close ours. Yeah, I'll go to Councilor Scarpelli.
I can appreciate it, but where I stand in this, Council President. I think that, if we're going to go down the road with looking into different options or finalizing different options, I think keeping that public comment period open for the residents that might feel tonight that they haven't been part of the process, I think really it solidifies the process that we're trying to move forward after the Salem Street corridor. I think that having that option, that we keep it open, I don't think it'll hurt. I really don't. I think that we still have to, we're waiting anyway. So I think that keeping it open just gives everybody another opportunity to feel that they've been listened to and they've been part of the process. So I would also recommend that we keep the process open if we can, just for that reason. I don't think we need to rush this piece, especially when we need both to come to a finale. So, thank you.
Sorry, did you call on me? I can't, your microphone's not on.
Yes, Councillor Lemming, your hand's up.
Yep. So I would advocate for closing the public meetings tonight for a couple of reasons. One being that if we've listened to a lot of the public comment over the last couple of meetings, we have seen a pattern of residents having real fatigue with the process and not really being clear when things are going to end. We did advertise, we did say that we would get Boston Avenue done by June 30th. People like deadlines. That was the promise that we made to the residents. And tonight we've come to an agreement on the major parts, and all that really needs to be done is cleanup. Now, Mass General Law has sort of spells out what the rezoning process is and the relationship between municipal legislative body and the planning board for how this goes. So after the closing of the public comment period, in which residents are commenting on sort of major decision points that come up, then the planning board after that gets a set period of time to finalize their recommendations, to clean up any minor points that might need to be decided upon. So procedurally, with the way that this process goes under Mass General Law, it would make sense, and it would be the clearest step to the public to close the hearing and do the cleanup process in its own meetings, which again would not preclude public comment, but I think it would send a very clear message to the residents, especially the very many residents who've attended these meetings and have been frustrated at the pace of the process and the forever meetings and so on. It would send a message to them that yes, this is going forward. The other piece is that, again, as President Bear said, given the deal we made with the mayor, if we kept the public comment period open, I don't think that any work could actually be done over the summer. So if it were closed and we send the message that this is just cleanup zoning that we're doing, this is just this is just getting the recommendations together into one piece of paper, then there's a very good case to be able to do work on this over the summer, just to get those pieces together. And residents will get an opportunity to look at the final piece and then comment on it later at the city council meeting in which it is passed and ordained. So it's not like the CDB's meetings or the joint hearings or the final stage here. Like that package is presented to residents several different times after this. So I think it makes the most sense. I think it sends the clearest message. I think it will give the most people faith that this process is going along. And if we leave this meeting saying that neither body closed the public hearing, we're going to continue to the fall, I think it just muddles where we're at. That's my feeling.
Thank you, Councillor Lemming. Councillor Scarpelli.
I thank you, Mr. President, through the chair. I can appreciate that, but I just want us to look at history. The last time we looked at something that really wasn't truly a big deal, where we left the public comment open, it became really bigger than it was. And I think that this is low-hanging fruit. I don't think this is a big deal if we kept it open. If anything, if finding an end date, maybe asked to keep it open until our August meeting, where it gives the finality so people are secure in the date in August, our meeting in August, that if there's anything in between there, we can look to see if it's something substantial that we all agree with, that we can add on to when our consultants can work on it before the CD board gets their finality. And so, I don't see it being, I don't think this is a deal breaker. I just think that this could be something that, when it's all said and done, we've done everything in our power to listen to everybody people that have fatigue that are waiting another few weeks isn't a big deal, I don't think. It's the people that are finding out now that really don't think at this minute, and I've had a few messages that understanding this process tonight, we did a lot tonight. So understanding this process now and saying, okay, now I get it. Now this I feel comfortable with, this I feel comfortable. Can you give me an explanation about this point? And that's probably it. It's something, a lot that I think we can handle as a council. So again, that's my prerogative. I think that this is why we have an elected body, that we can vote, and that's what the process is. But I don't, like I said, I think that keeping it open just offers that last person that needs to feel that they're being listened to. And I just caution you to remember back on Salem Street. That was the biggest issue with the end there. So I'm beating a dead horse, so I move on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I do have Councilor Lemming. I don't know if Director Hunt, you wanted to add something?
I'm going to let you all finish. We figured out dates.
Great. All right. Councilor Lemming.
I do appreciate that. I will say that, so we heard some comparisons with Medford Square earlier in the meeting in terms of this process. And, you know, all things considered, there was, you know, some contention there, but that process went pretty smoothly. You know, we did have, and we had joint hearings that were 1 month apart. We had a couple of those, and you know there was quite a bit of time in Iz's contract, then to do that. I think what we discussed with Boston Avenue was, I don't think it's necessary that it take quite as much time as Medford Square. One, because we have had about as many meetings, just a shorter time in between the two of them. But also because we've incorporated a lot of the lessons from Medford Square, a lot of the fixes that we put into Medford Square, things that were broken with the zoning, we were able to incorporate in Boston Avenue. So I feel like we've gotten to that point where we've sort of streamlined the process. And again, we put out schedules, we put out messaging to the public that we would have sort of a final product by June 30th. And, you know, to me, deadlines are pretty important. I think that, you know, I totally respect what my colleague's saying, but I also think that if we keep the public hearing open, then given that Boston Avenue it's an area that where, you know, it's fairly dense. A lot of residents live around there. You know, we will have anytime we have a new meeting, a new public hearing, there's going to be new residents who maybe have never heard about the zoning process at all, and it's the first time they're hearing about it. And I think that's just, I think that's just what happens anytime you have a new meeting. There's always going to be folks who, you know, maybe it's their first time hearing about it. But I think overall, keeping with deadlines and keeping with a schedule on the whole incorporates more faith into the process, and tells people that yes, this is moving along, and it's important for messaging as I see it.
Do we have any further comment by members of the council? Councilor Mullane.
Sorry, I keep jumping ahead.
No, that's great.
Sorry. I guess I just wanted to ask, I kind of did it on the side here to George, but Councilor Scarpelli, but even if we close public, quote unquote public hearing, people can still send in comments, and then we can still read through and see and be able to get that information as well. People can still send stuff in to us as well.
I'm seeing someone saying no to me from the audience.
That's not, I mean, people can send stuff in, but it's
I think it
closed as a
depends on what
public.
it counts. I think it's like, if you close the public hearing, then the comments that people receive are not legally part of the like zoning amendment record, but we can have public comment at any meeting that we choose to have.
Okay.
So I think it's yes and no.
Got it. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah. We would be saying we've made the major decisions and we're closing the record on the major decisions, but it doesn't mean that at a future meeting, we cannot open the floor to public comment and feedback, right? It's like a 40A thing and then a meeting council or CDB rules thing. Two pieces there. Well, I have an opinion, as I usually do, but yeah, I mean, personally, like, I tend to side with Councillor Lemming and Councillor Mullane here. Like, I don't think closing the public hearing means we don't hear any more from the public. I just think it means it's a signal to the public that we have consensus on the major elements of the zoning. I would feel more comfortable if we both did that. I think if the CD board wants to keep the public hearing open to an August or a September meeting, and kind of wants to figure out how that relates to the mayor's, you know, condition that we don't have meetings in the summer, I'm open to that. I think if we all agree tonight that we've reached consensus on the major decisions, but you guys want to keep the public hearing open, I think we would close ours. You would have you could keep yours open, send your recommendations to us, and then we will consider those recommendations when they come back at a council meeting. Probably, it sounds like it would be a September council meeting at that point. When is your first September meeting? The 15th, I think. So, but it sounded like Alicia has dates. I don't know what the proposals are there.
Before you do that, Alicia, if you don't mind, I'd like to actually ask the CD board if they want to close the public hearing tonight or leave it open. And then you can, Alicia can, I think you probably have option A and B with dates, depending on which avenue we choose. Go ahead, Paige.
Sure. I would like to keep it open, please. Thank you.
Sean, do you have a thought?
Fine closing the public hearing at this point with the caveat that President Beers had mentioned earlier, that he wouldn't move to pass any zoning or vote on any zoning at the city council level until we send him our final draft.
Which we'll talk about dates in a second. Ari, do you have any thoughts on hearing open or closed?
I see arguments in both sides. I think that there is a practical benefit to making it clear that the kind of major decisions have been made. I also have been very clear throughout this process that it is incredibly important to me that the public have a full iterative cycle on each major zoning, that they see a kind of concrete plan, get to provide feedback, and we go back again. So I think actually, to me, a reasonable compromise feels like city council closes, we leave it open. And I think that gets us the benefits of both. And I don't want to belabor this discussion indefinitely, given that it's 10 p.m. and that all of them lead to the same practical conclusions, and it's entirely just what we call it.
Okay. And Dina, any thoughts on open versus closed meeting for us? Not, sorry.
I could go either way. I am, I'm more with Sean Began. I would feel fine with closing as long as we can continue to receive off-the-record comments and that we get confirmation from the city council that they will not do anything with our recommendations.
Understood. My personal hesitation is because when we finished Medford Square, we actually had a plan. We had, we'd had all the pieces written, clear, in writing, going into that last meeting. And we just don't have that now, and I really hesitate to close off an avenue for public discussion for people who may haven't been following this because they've been, finishing up school, trying to deal with the high school start. There's been so much going on this month that it's been almost impossible for us to even schedule meetings together and separately. So I tend to want to keep it open just on our side. I think you guys should close it if you're feeling comfortable, but I see.
You have Dina and then.
Oh, Dina.
the council.
Very good. Dina, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I'd love to hear the date over there from
Okay.
Alicia, right? And I would be more than willing to work over July to get it done.
I'm just going to quickly come back to the council. I'm going to go to Councillor Callahan.
Yeah, I just wanted to super quick mention that the one real effect that I think it has to open or not, or to close or not close the public meeting is on any developers who may be considering working on a project, and we do have one that we know about that is considering working on a project. And I think without closing the hearing, they can't really feel sure that there is any consensus. Like that, it just means that it is technically up in the air and they cannot move forward. So, that's a consideration, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Callahan. Director Hunt, you want to talk about the dates? Alicia.
Sorry, I try to have things worked out before we put them in front of you. So here's what I think we just were discussing, is that we think that it would be useful for the board to have 2 working sessions in the summer, and the first one should not be too soon. And so we were proposing July 29th. I'm just across the board sticking to Wednesdays for consistency. So that's what we were considering would be the first working session for this, which is when we would all come back, hopefully with worked out stuff. And then potentially we'd ask people if they're available to hold maybe August 19th. That would normally be a regular CD board meeting date because we do the first and the thirds. And then if things got completely worked out the 29th, great. And if not, then that's another session to come back to. And actually continue the public hearing if you're choosing to continue it on the CD board side to September 2nd, because that sort of sticks to that plan of that's when there would be something by then, by a week before then at least, for the public to look at, to be able to comment at. It's actually robustly long enough from now that we'd feel good about saying we could put something out real for the public September 2nd. The CD board could in fact have a real meeting, get public input that week, perhaps vote out a final version at that night. And then that's far enough in advance of, I think I heard that the city council's first September meeting is September 15th, then they could actually receive the recommendations on September 15th. It feels like it would work for us without stretching this all through the entire month of September and October, because I think the other option truly is to say, we kind of do nothing, our next meeting on this topic at all will be September 2nd, and we'll start doing working sessions, and I don't really want to drag this out all fall.
Clarify working sessions, is that everyone here or just the CD board?
I think that it would be the CD board like we did last night.
Okay.
Like last night, the board was online. It was very collaborative. It wasn't everybody take your turn. It was like, let's have a conversation, like a group of people could have a conversation and work through something. It worked really well. It doesn't work when you have 14 people. It does work with 5 or 6 or 7. And that if for some reason you felt that so we'll continue to get public comment. We cannot prevent people from sending us messages, and you'd have those available to review. Whether or not you allowed people to speak during that meeting, you might say we want to hear from the Tufts rep or from the other student housing guy. I don't know.
Can you clarify what date did you say that the final draft plans text Matt, when would that be available to the public under this scenario?
So the thought would be the public hearing would be September 2nd, and so I'm looking back sort of a week and saying, you know, by August 27th or 26th. I mean, so if we met the 19th, it actually might be tight to get it the 27th. We might want to consider, and we don't have to set this right now, would August 12th be another, like July 29th? 2 weeks later is August 12th.
Why do you think we need two sessions?
And the 12th is your regular night. Maybe you just need one. That's what, I'd rather hold a date in my calendar.
We have the dates, right? We have an August meeting anyway, right?
So one of the things that I figured out is that I'm away a lot of your meeting dates.
This is what I mean, though, about process fatigue and clarity. Like, if we agree that we're basically on consensus, and you guys need maybe 3 to 4 weeks to, you know, on this calendar to pull all the documents together, to have the final map, the final draft, work through the technical comments, like, sounds to me.
July 29th, have that ready for people to review.
And then if the CD board says that's the thing, then
Great.
It can be just on the website for a month.
That would be the best.
You can have a meeting on September 2nd and put it out there.
So I'll
but I
say-
just think
right.
that's, to me, like, you know, if we say, well, there's going to be something the 29th, and then maybe the 19th, and there'll be a week, like that to me does, if the reason we're doing this is Doug's stated reason, which is, and kind of what Ari said, which is like an iterative chance to review the product over some period of time, one final meeting where the public knows this is the meeting I go to if I have comments on this product. It seems like just having one bite at the apple in between,
July 29th.
you know,
September
gives,
2nd.
yeah,
September
just if that's the reason we're doing it.
Right.
And the reason I say this too is because I think we're leaving this meeting, right, and folks said, right, like, well, there's like 3 different procedural options, but it all largely has the same result. I think what we say with those procedural options is meaningful. Like, I think that we all have agreed here, we have a consensus on the major issues. To me, if we close the public hearing tonight, that confirms that there's a consensus on the major issues. It seems like that's not the option that we want to take or that the CD board wants to take, so I respect that. But I do worry that the more working sessions, the more meetings introduces the opportunity for us to lose that consensus because we won't be together.
Right.
And there will be.
So why don't we just say that we think we can have a draft, we think it would be the final draft by July 29th. We don't think we could do it before then. The board normally meets August 5th, and I'm not recommending that date because I am completely unavailable. I'm away, and I'm not going to have computer access.
That part
But
of the
we
scheduling.
do have a standing the meeting on the July.
Dates is on you.
Oh, we were trying to have just once a month meetings
Yeah,
for the
we have
board?
the 12th only on August, on our schedule.
Okay, I didn't know that. I am here
I think
August
that's on the
12th.
city website.
It's not in my calendar. Sorry, I'm getting a little, it's okay. So we could actually just say we'll meet the 12th, which is the standing planned meeting for the CD board. So that's when we'll have materials for you. I just don't want to make it too close to, because your next scheduled meeting after that is September 2nd.
Yes.
And if you continued to September 2nd, between the 12th and the 2nd, that's 3 weeks. And I think that the goal is that what you see on the 12th is what we vote out.
Pretty much, yes, I agree.
Okay.
Ari, you have your hand raised? Sorry, do you have a comment here, Ari?
Yeah, I think given this discussion, I changed my mind. I'm happy to close it. And I do see the argument for having the messaging around a really concrete timeline. I'm starting to see things really stretching out indefinitely. So I'm now with Sean and Dina and go. Let's close this. We'll have the iteration in the dates discussed.
Okay, thank you, Ari. Director Hunt, any?
That's what she's saying.
So are we still massaging schedules here? What do we?
We can do some we could have a working meeting.
if there's a majority on both to close, we don't have to pick dates tonight.
Okay, so we recommend that you continue to September 2nd, which is already a scheduled meeting of the board, and that we'll expect that at your August 12th meeting, which is also a scheduled meeting, there'll be a draft for you to see.
Okay. So,
Yeah, you can close it. Oh, if you close it tonight, then great. We'll have a draft for the August 12th
I think we want to put this to a vote for the CD board to close or not close, and I'll entertain a motion on either way from anyone to see if we want to motion to close it, motion to keep it open until September 2nd. Hold on.
Thank you. I would move to close the public hearing portion of the hearing with the caveat that the city council will not act on the Boston Ave zoning until they receive a final draft from the Community Development Board.
And a second?
Second.
Sorry. Paige, go ahead.
Is it out of turn to ask a clarifying question?
Not at all?
Okay. I know we've always kept the system that we have a clean copy before we close anything, so we can make sure there's always public comment. Are we going back on that, or is that?
That's what this vote's about, because,
Yeah.
you know, let's just see what the majority of the board says. And I think that's the way we're going to determine that question, because some people are obviously willing, if you're willing to close the hearing, you're obviously doing it, and I respect that decision.
Yep.
Without a final copy in your hands.
So then no, or, well, I guess we got to vote, I guess.
All right, so we have, we have a motion, and it's been seconded, I believe. So I will call the roll. So this is the
Hold
motion.
on. She's taking back her second.
I never said any second.
Oh, sorry.
I seconded.
Yeah, I thought I heard Ari, the voice from the heavens here. So on the motion to keep the meeting, to close the meeting,
Close
from
the
Sean
public
Bagan, seconded by Ari. Roll call. John Anderson is absent. Sean Bagan.
Yes.
Paige Baldini.
No.
Dina Colagero. Yes. Ari Goffman-Fishman.
Yes.
And myself, no. The motion passes 3-2. So we are closing the public hearing.
Is there a motion on the city council to close the public hearing?
So moved.
On the motion of Councilor Lemming, seconded by Councilor Callahan. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, what? Did we not vote on that?
Let's go back to that.
Did you not vote on that? All right. We can still make a directional motion. We just needed to take a vote on the motion to include the purpose-built housing definition. Yeah. With the direction about the management plan. So just call the roll on that, and then we'll call the roll on the next motion.
Councilor Callahan. Councilor Lemming.
Yes.
Councilor Mullane. Yes. Councilor Scarpelli.
No. On his own motion.
Okay. Alrighty. Councilor Singh is absent. Vice President Lazaro is absent. President Bears.
Yes, 4 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 2 absent. The motion passes.
Okay.
On the motion of Councilor Callahan, seconded by Councilor Mullane to close the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Callahan. Councilor Lemming.
Yes.
Councilor Mullane. Yes. Councilor Scarpelli.
Those are no.
No. I didn't hear that one. Councilor Singh is absent. Vice President Lazaro is absent. President Bears.
Yes, 4 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 2 absent. The motion passes. I mean, I think we should say you guys are planning a working session August 12th to finalize the recommendations based on the votes of this meeting. And then at that point, we will not schedule anything on our agenda until we receive the recommendations back from you. And that will be the process from here on out.
Okay.
Great.
Any final words from Planning Development BDS in terms of schedule or to the public? We still are welcoming public comments, even if we're not.
So public comments at this point won't be part of the public record, but we cannot prevent people from using our form and filling it out and submitting comments. which we will continue to put in the folder.
Okay.
We'll make it maybe a second folder for comments that are not legally part of the public record.
Post-legal comments folder? Okay, it is what it is.
And this board remembers that you have a meeting July 15th because you had the inclusionary zoning was continued to that
That's the
date.
next.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the CD board, sorry.
We want a motion to reconsider the student housing vote by Councilor Mullane. It has to be in the affirmative. It has to be someone in the majority who moves to reconsider. Seconded by Councilor Callahan.
Wait,
George regrets-
sorry, nobody's mics are on. Can you like clarify what this is?
George just wants to vote yes on including student housing.
Ah, come on, George.
On the motion of Councilor Callahan to reconsider, seconded by Councilor Mullane, the purpose-built student housing vote. Rich, just remember who did this, Rich. Callahan, Mullane, reconsider. Yeah. Thanks to George, correct. So we have to,
Just so you know, I may not live in Bedford. I have a lot of family.
all right. On the motion, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Callahan. Yes. Councilor Lemming.
Yes.
Councilor Mullane. Yes. Councilor Scarpelli. Yes. Councilor Singh is absent. Vice President Lazaro is absent. President Beers.
Yes, 5 in the affirmative, none in the negative, 2 absent. The motion passes. We now have to vote on the original motion.
Okay.
So just use the same slip. We're revoting the original motion to include the purpose-built student housing with the request for some additional guidance on the management plan in terms of how it relates to that one.
4, 1, and 2.
Yeah, so revote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor
We're just voting to include student housing, but George voted no, but he wanted to vote yes.
Perfect. Perfectly fine. Councilor Callahan. Yes. Councilor Lemming.
Yes.
Councilor Mullane.
Yes.
Councilor Scarpelli. Yes. Councilor Singh is absent. President Beers.
Yes, 5 in the affirmative, none in the negative, 2 absent. The motion passes again. Is there a motion to adjourn by the City Council? Motion to adjourn by Councilor Callahan, seconded by Councilor Mullane. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Callahan. Yes. Councilor Lemming.
No.
Councilor Mullane. Yes. Councilor Scarpelli.
Yes.
President Beers.
Yes, 5 in the affirmative, 4 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 2 absent. The motion passes. The meeting is adjourned for the City Council.
Motion to adjourn this Community Development Board, please. Second. John Edison absent. Sean Began. Yes. Paige Baldini. Dina Colagero. Ari Kaufman-Fishman.
Yes.
Sounds like on your